It's 9 o'clock. Could you please stand and join us for the flag salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
So do I have a motion to approve the minutes of Monday, June 23rd, 2025 as written?
Second.
Moved by McCurry, seconded by Barker. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Motion to approve the minutes of the Thursday, June 26th, 2025 meeting as written. I'll move.
Second.
Moved by Thompson, seconded by Avendroth. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the letters to cities regarding second half distribution of 2025 Park and Rec Grant Fund.
Second.
It's been moved by Peterson, seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the letters to cities regarding the second half distribution of 2025 infrastructure grant funds.
Second.
And moved by Peterson and seconded by Avendroth. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Do we have a hard copy of the agenda today?
Yes, we do. I've got it right here to pass around. Take one.
Thank
That
you.
way.
Should we get further down on the screen?
Okay. Just a quick question, Wade, on these infrastructure grants that are sent out to these cities. Are they required to spend them, or can they just stash them somewhere, or what's the intent of the money we send them? No, you're right, but I agree, but does that happen?
Yes.
Well, we get a report of what they do with them, but sometimes they haven't spent them all, and we try to encourage that. Am I correct, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, when you have that accounting, if there's left over, you have to account for what you're gonna do with it. I mean, sometimes, a lot of times, most of the time, it's saved for future projects.
Still have a project by.
Yeah, it's something that might have a large cost, might save funds over the course of several years.
So they have it designated, am I correct in that?
But the directions, I guess, on this, the guidelines, is that a city or entity cannot use those funds to directly reduce the mill levy, which means you have to invest it in some projects.
Okay. So, did that answer?
Yeah, perfect.
For you, Mark? Okay.
Thanks, Mark.
Yep.
So, do we have a motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the letter to environmental biologist Wes Fleming at WCNOC for the annual management of the Coffee County Lake?
I have a question on that. We're paying that much money to an individual or for the whole lake we ran?
And they're paying us, I think.
They're paying us, is that
For
correct?
invoice.
So,
The invoice. To
Please consider this letter as an invoice for the annual management of the Coffee County Lake.
yeah, they're paying the county. They're paying. Okay.
that's all they call it, an invoice then. It could be just a memorandum.
I'll make a motion to approve that.
I'll second that.
Okay, been moved by Avendroth, seconded by Barker. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
I'm sorry, you moved to second.
Barker, correct, wasn't it?
You moved to second.
Abendroth made the
Sorry, I
motion.
can't
and
pull
Barker.
the thing up on the screen here because she's using the computer.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry about that, thank you.
You're welcome. Motion upon the recommendation of the county clerk to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the 2025 special event cereal malt beverage license for Frog Creek Fighting Bulls LLC located at 671 24th Road, Lebo, Kansas. I think we took action on this, or didn't we, all on the,
This authorized sort of sign it, right?
yeah, that had to be signed.
I'll make that motion. This is for the county clerk to sign it. No, wait. For you to sign it, sorry.
Yeah, she's recommended.
She's
though.
recommending you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, McCurry's moved,
I'll second.
Peterson seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Motion to approve resolution number 586-H, a resolution reappointing Connie Lawrence, Coffee County appraiser, for a 4-year term.
I'll make that motion. But,
This is just appointing.
This is just a point.
Okay.
Is that correct?
yeah, we're not, okay, I'll make that motion. I'll second.
Been moved by McCurry, seconded by Abendroth. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Well, the next thing on there says Thompson adjourned the meeting. I'm
Yeah,
ready for that.
We are.
Shortest meeting ever.
And a bet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't see River City, do I? So, I guess, I don't have anybody else till 9:20, so I guess we've got some checks here to do. Vouchers.
Did you go back and watch that again?
There you go. We'll get for you there, buddy.
All right. Drop that down. You need to swap.
I have this numbers here.
All this stuff goes in the
Pretty for the River City update, they're not here. It's just. There's a lot of
And
numbers.
the management copy, right, so.
Yeah, I did not, have him sign the resolution, they just approved it.
Sure, okay, I'll take care of that, thanks.
Thanks for having me.
So the next thing on here was during the meeting, but everybody didn't think we were ready for that.
I never said I wasn't ready.
You weren't ready.
I never said I wasn't ready.
You got plenty to sign here.
Okay.
We just have other business we should have.
Set these checks aside.
Did you do the appointing of time? That one?
Yes, yes, we did. So that one passed around. Everybody
Yes.
needs to sign it.
These are just letters you need to sign.
So there are 2 copies of this.
Yeah, I figure I'd give her a
Okay.
original one.
Sure.
We're original,
Yes. And then all of these. These are packets behind, so you just need to sign the top page.
Okay.
All of this money, all of this money, oh, yeah. Yeah. Unlimited. as point.
So we've got, she's right there, calls that right,
Yeah, that was just so she could have a copy.
Oh, okay,
too.
okay.
Wow.
You are signing your life away.
Getting down there. Morning.
Morning.
Oh, I might have one from this. Okay.
For a minute, huh?
Hmm?
Caught up for a minute.
Can we, and we'll wait and sign the things, can we talk with Tom so we can turn him loose here? I asked him to come up.
Oh, okay, sure, I didn't know if it was up here with emergency preparedness or what was here for. Yeah, sure.
Tom, after you give us those numbers the other day, I played with them and went back through them. I don't want us to come up with a shortfall on the money. And you correct me if I got this wrong. You told us that we end up with $1.37 million for the federal inmates that would come in from 30 beds.
What everybody else is getting if they get the minimum 68.50 for
Okay.
365 days.
Well, I pushed the numbers on that, and bear with me. So 30 inmates at $68.50, $365, or 365 days. You start doing that math, that's $2,055 a day that you're going to gain off those 30 inmates. Okay? And from 1 year at 30 inmates at $68.50, that's $750,000 roughly. $750,075. And that's $619,925 short of $1.37 million. I don't want you to have a $700,000 shortfall. Out of that $1.37 million. So I don't want to get to the end of the year and all of a sudden like, oh. I mean, you push the numbers on it if you want, but I played with that a little bit this past week and that's what I came up with.
I thought I looked at that, well, again, I've looked at it, I told numbers and then,
Unless there's something I'm missing on it. Did that work, did you work it out there, Aaron?
I did.
Did it work out that way for you?
I have to go back and
Okay, I mean, if there's something we're missing on it, I just don't wanna come to the end of the year, all of a sudden we've got a $600,000 gap somewhere that you guys were anticipating on that.
Was that
Well, that's,
Was that 1.37, was that part?
Something else.
Was that a number that was that a different number? Was that 750,000 part of that number?
What about out of county inmates?
And I thought he was referring to just the federal side of it.
no, that should be the federal side. So I don't know where, I don't know, I have to go back and look.
It roughly would be like $125 a person, or we change our year to 666 days. Would come up with that.
It needs more time.
Yeah, he wants more time in the year.
Couldn't tell you. I have to go back and look. So,
If you can, and there's something there that explains it to us that I'm missing on it, I just don't want a shortfall somewhere for you guys that we're gonna have to clean up later on.
don't know the answer to it. Just have to go back and try to figure out where those numbers came from. That may be total numbers of other inmates for housing and federal and DOC, maybe state.
Well, if it is, that's
Yeah,
great.
I'll just have to go back and
We'll
look.
Just so I just don't want you guys to have a shortfall, because we're talking about, we thought we were gonna be able to pay the bond issue off every year with that. That'd be a little short on it.
Yep, I'll go back and look, see where my numbers are at.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That would be quite a difference. She's up here by now. Oh, she's up here by now.
You got 2 weeks yet.
Little optimistic.
I am. I can't be made. Stuff I got going on in the world, I gotta pick it up.
But from the meeting?
Yeah.
Thanks, you're so good. I just give.
I had a meeting.
Yeah. Things are good.
That sounds like a politician,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
it
I
does.
stole it from him and gave it back to him.
Glad someone's enjoying that.
I tell you, when Mark gets done printing all that stuff, and then I've got a whole nother round of stuff. Everybody's gonna be like, what the heck's going on here?
There she is.
Hey.
What did I say? I got it.
There's a motion for saying that email it to you, so you didn't have to have it.
Don't forget, we got this 10 o'clock here, and we can't go past.
That's only potentially generated 1.3 million. Isn't that right? Yeah, but I still want to get that cost.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just asked, I wonder where you were normally here
Where was
early.
she?
And
She's at the podium almost 30 seconds early.
that's right. And Wade said, I'm an officer, she's got 2 minutes left, so.
I could have ran, but I didn't.
Safety first.
Yeah. Especially with me.
Okay, this morning, right off the bat, I have a motion for you guys. You didn't get it on their tabs. You had it on there.
Is it after the meeting?
But you want to just in case you need to
Are you ready, Angie?
Yeah.
Okay. So, we've got a motion upon the recommendation of the Emergency Management Director and approval of the county attorney as to form to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the revised land lease agreement between the City of Lebo and Coffee County Board of Commissioners for the lease of a 100 by 100 foot tract of land located at 556 Old Highway 50, Lebo, Kansas, for the lease price of $100 annually to be the site for construction of one of 3 radio communication towers. Funds to come from the Emergency Management Radio Maintenance Fund.
I'll make that motion.
If you want to,
You want me to read the
yeah,
rest
read
of
that part, because that's why we're having reason.
Okay. This agreement is being reassigned to include a 100 by 100 tract extended from the original 75 by 75 foot tract to allow us access to the gate on the east side of the property. So this is in addition to the other tract,
No, this is,
Making it bigger.
yep,
making it.
extending it out so we could get to the gate, because if
Oh,
you
okay.
didn't, we had
You
land.
didn't have, you didn't
Yeah.
have,
Yeah, we need egress.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
It's what?
It's in our lagoons there, they've
Yeah.
got some areas set alongside, and they've got to fence it off, so that we're
Okay.
gonna need a gate there somehow.
Yeah, we're gonna need
Yeah.
egress, so,
Okay.
that's why they extended it from 100, from 75 to 100.
I'll still make the
No,
motion.
everything else, nothing else changed.
Okay,
Price
just the
same,
extension.
Just extend it out 25 feet.
I'll second.
Then moved by McCurry, seconded by Peterson. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
That would be my signature page for you and Angie.
Okay.
Oh, if that said Grizzly on top, you don't need Grizzly first. I do. Okay, good. Did that one in a hurry. In our office, I submitted the application for the damage assessment for the June 3rd flooding to KDM. The highway department filled out the road damage estimates, which I believe came to around $83,000 for the road. $30,000 in debris and $15,000 in protective measures. That includes 30 miles of closed road and 166 miles of damaged road. I don't have the specifics on which roads and how much and all that stuff, but I let Ryan and Kenny figure all that out, and that's what they came up with. So we submitted it to FEMA, and we'll wait and hear back if we get reimbursement for those expenses. They'll have to take ours plus all the other counties, match it all up, and see if they have enough for the whole state to.
It depends on the amount, doesn't it?
Yep. We met our threshold, which was 39,000. We blew that out of the water. But some of the other counties, like the bigger counties, have a bigger threshold, and they may not have met it. I know Cedric, like Wichita, is going to be included, and a couple places up north. So we'll just wait to hear back and see if we get some reimbursement for that. Did you guys have any questions on my budget? Basically, emergency management has the emergency management budget, which is basically for my office, the EOC, everything that I need to run day to day. I also have a radio budget, which is newly created in the last year or two. Prior to that, the radios and all the equipment needed for it were either paid out of the sheriff's budget or out of the general fund. We thought it would be a good idea to house it under one department and line item everything out, so we knew what we were spending and where, instead of everybody kind of spending out on their own and not not keeping control of it. So the radio budget is now under my office. And then I have a JSB budget for the Joint Services Building up north, which is also considered a fire station. But it is a joint building that everybody can use, highway patrol, law enforcement, National Guard, fire, EMS uses it during the winter time. I have that budget to keep that building, the maintenance, and keep it up and going. And then I have an LETC budget, which is really tiny, like $2,000, that we have for the LETC, the Local Emergency Planning Commission, which deals with hazmat and community right to know. We have to meet quarterly. We have to report to any citizens that ask for any information on hazardous materials. And then we try to have exercises. We haven't had one in a while, but every time we meet, we talk about having another exercise. We've done train derailment exercises in the past. We've done exercises at the airport, various hazardous materials spill exercises. So that would go for training and exercise, and then anything that we would need for that. So that's the LETC budget. So those were my budgets. I think everything pretty much stayed the same. Emergency management, the only one that went up was the personnel services, and that's just because I figure in everybody's step increase. And then their Angie suggests 3.5% add to their salary.
They didn't suggest that yet.
Yes. So that's why that personnel services is bigger because of that. Everything else stayed the same on that.
Radio went down slightly, right?
Radio went down slightly, and the reason the radio went down slightly is because we're not going to have to do any of the construction for buying any land next year. We did that this year, and we're done with it.
So that took that off.
So we took that off. We figured in quite a bit of money for digging and trenching for utilities and the internet, the fiber. That's going to be quite a cost. We haven't spent that this year yet, but we won't have that expense next year, so that.
But that's already figured in as far as internet,
Yep.
or the
Yep.
fiber
Yep.
service, yeah.
Yeah, the services and everything will be under contractual, but the actual capital outlay of doing things went down, because we won't have to redig, we won't have to purchase land or do anything. That's why that went down. JSB, I think it went up $500. We moved the funds around. We had some funds sticking in a line item that we never used, and so we moved it and we bumped it up. We're going to try to keep maintenance on that building up a lot better. It's had some falling downs and some issues and some things that we've had to replace and fix and update. We're going to try to paint in there. We've had the floors sealed. We've replaced some things on the doors. We had the doors painted. So we're going to try to keep that building up and looking good. So I think I bumped it up $500. I don't even know.
Yeah, it's like that.
Do you guys, they don't get this sheet, do they, Ange? What tells you?
Stuck it in the back, or if I did, I don't know.
Okay.
You don't have it in your.
You don't have it in, okay.
Okay.
So if you had this, you would know what all my budget, every line item, what everything is spent for.
I can put it in there for you later.
I mean, it's no, it just might help you understand a little bit more as to what's going where on my budget. And then LETC didn't change. It's the same every year. If I don't spend it, it just goes back to the general fund. Same with all these. And I'm pretty sure I'm one of the very few that, and maybe not, I budget really close. Like, I rarely have a lot to send back to the general fund at the end of the year. We figure up all our bills. I sit down with Julie and we figure out how much our water bills and how much of our internet bills and all of our equipment and stuff, how much that costs, and then we, add just a smidge, and then that's what we budget for the next year. So I come down to the wire. I think last year I may have even went in the red on one account, but, everything that we budget, we usually spend. Was there any more questions on the budget part of everything?
I don't have any.
Okay. We didn't buy any radios this year. In the radio budget, we have it broken out for supplies and equipment, then contractual obligations, and then actual radios bought. So supplies and equipment would be antennas, speakers, mic, cabling, anything that we might need to install or put on a radio for someone. We like to have, 4 or 5 of those on hand because things happen and people lose things break, and we want to be able to hand someone a mic and say, okay, get out there and fight the fire, get out there and arrest them, do whatever they need to do. So we like to have a little cache of some of that stuff on hand. We didn't buy any radios this year. And I don't plan on buying any radios next year, but we are in the process of bringing the schools onto our 800 megahertz system, and we're going to recycle radios that came out of fire trucks and some of the emergency vehicles. They're older radios. They don't have the GPS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, cool capabilities that our new radios do, but they will be good for the schools. So we are going to reuse all those radios that came out of the fire trucks, and we're going to give them to each of the school districts. We're going to have them installed in the school buses, and then each of the front offices and the bus barn people are going to have maybe like handhelds or something. And we can reuse old fire handhelds for those too. But we are going to need cabling, we're going to need antennas, we're going to need all that stuff. So I kept the budget the same even though we weren't buying radios this year because we're going to have a lot of that kind of stuff. So I just kept it the same for that. And that's all I had. Any questions on anything? I don't really have any updates on anything. That's it. Okay.
Keep the bad weather out.
Trying. The protective bubble is up.
Okay.
Protective bubble.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it will last, but I'm gonna keep it up there. Did you need me to press anything? Back up? Have a good day, guys. Thanks.
I have your answers. So,
I'll get you a copy of this.
All right, back up.
Oh, you get your copy.
after I pulled my notes out to see what it was anyway, I was planning that, and your numbers are right, if I do the 6850.
Right.
I'd said that I told myself I was going to try to do the middle number at 80, not the total 105 or whatever the state did. If I could get 80. But the other 30 I talked about doing was having 30 just that I'm housing in for other counties around us. So that's another $400,000. It's actually anywhere between 1.2 and 1.37, so 1.4. So I was hoping to make that jump up. As long as I could make $1 million, either pay the bond, or pay my budget is what I was doing.
Right.
So it's just another 30 in-state, local entities having to farm empty. That's where that other 400,000 comes from. So
I just didn't want you all of a sudden.
No.
Crud,
I just thought to myself, I've said that since, for the last few years, how did I come up with that number? Once I pulled my financial sheet up that I did my budget on, so I saw exactly what it was. So.
Okay, thank you for doing that.
No, like I said, that answered your question. Is that it? Got more stuff to move into jail, so unless you guys want to come down, strap on some stuff on your back.
We'll be right along.
We're packing more stuff in this.
Thank
See y'all later.
Thank you. Okay, COF Training Services, budget presentation. Good morning.
I'm John Rickman, I'm the Chief Financial Officer at COF Training Services. And we serve about 250 individuals in Coffee, Osage, and Franklin County. In Coffee County, we have about 40 individuals we serve for day services, so we have that building over there. And we serve about 35 people residentially.
How many?
35
35.
in Coffee County. So we have 2 8-bedroom group homes in Burlington, and those are staffed 24 hours a day. In our workshops here for day services, we're still doing some piece rate work there. So we also are still accepting donations there for the thrift stores actually in Ottawa, but we still accept donations there, which is great. We're in the middle of a capital campaign to purchase the store in Ottawa. That's where we're leasing that right now, so I'm providing people jobs. I'm not taking those donations up there and selling them, which is great.
So you're just leasing the one in Ottawa, and so you're trying to make a purchase of that?
Right, we're purchase the door. The goal is 2.3 million, and we're at 1.1 million raised. Also, in Burlington, because we have those group homes, there's a lot that's right there in the middle. We purchased that, and our plan is to build 1 or 2 quadplexes there. We would have HUD help us with that, but they won't because of integration reasons. Because they won't do group homes anymore because it's segregation, essentially. Even so, those apartments will be for non-disabled and disabled at the same time, just for regulation purposes.
You have an intended start date on those?
We don't. We're in the beginning phases. We are hoping to complete the Stratopia capital campaign and then run it right into a second capital campaign and get those started.
Very nice.
So, I mean, we're in the beginning phases, so hopefully we'll start within 2 years, though. We're asking for the same amount of money, $180,000, and we appreciate all those dollars. There are people that are not funded that we are serving with those dollars. So right now there's a 8-year waiting list. So when someone needs services, they turn 18, they have IDD, they don't get services unless they join the waiting list when they're 10 years old, which a lot of parents don't understand that. So that's a problem in the state of Kansas. And what else?
Why is that set so far in advance? That kind of seems like to me that that's a plan that they don't have to pay it.
Well, that's exactly right. It's just the state.
Yeah,
the state doesn't have the money, so it's X dollars. It's targeted case management is Title 19 federally, so if they have IDD, they get targeted case management because Title 19. Day and residential services are not Title 19. It qualifies them for it, but it's not a guaranteed service like targeted case management. So Medicaid is paid 60-40, so federally pays 60%, the state pays 40%. So the state doesn't have enough money in the budget for everybody. There's more or less 10,000 people on the waiting list in Kansas that are waiting for those services. So someone comes up on the waiting or tries to get into services and then can't, so that's a problem.
Isn't it longer though than 8 years? Because most of your residents, aren't they, like, for lack of a better term, they're going to be there for the duration of their life?
Right. Once they
Yeah.
get services, it's life.
Right, but then it's Because, I mean, you're not all the time having a napkin set. I know there's lots of people out there that could benefit from that in 8 years and waiting for somebody to terminate the services like that.
Right. But it's not our waiting.
It's not yours, no, I'm not
It's
saying
the
that.
state's waiting.
Yeah. So the waiting list is 8 years now. Say the last 10 years, has the length of that waiting period shortened or lengthened?
Increase. Increase for sure. Because I think when I started in this industry, which was 15 years ago or something, it was 5 years. So
And now it's up to 8 years, 10 or 8.
it just keeps, yeah. So we use the funds for those individuals because we do have, because we have HUD properties with very bedrooms, we also have 3-bedroom group homes. So we do have space for people. We could for sure serve more people. But there's some people in the county that just don't have funding, so we go ahead and serve them with county funds. And we provide transportation services, which we do charge the individual for that, but we try to keep that minimal. And transportation is really expensive, so we subsidize that. We also are required to have RNs on staff, registered nurses, but that's an unfunded state mandate. We have to have those on staff, but we do not get paid for those staff at all. The services they do, we can't ask for reimbursement for that. So that's what.
And that's state mandate.
Right. We have to have RNs to pass medications, and we pass medications for at least 75% of the people we serve. We also, when they're in the group homes, we provide food. They pay a portion of it also, but again, it's not enough money. Because the only income a lot of people have is their Social Security, so it's minimal. So we subsidize our food expenses with county dollars. We also are in a state program, but it's also partnership with federal, getting food commodities in every month, and that has been drastically cut. We didn't get any food from that program the last 2 months. We're getting a small order this month, but we were getting about $5,000 every month last year, and we're going to budget that to $0, so that's just going to be a $6,000 a month, $5,000 a month increase in food expenses that we'll have the next fiscal year for July to June.
It'd be nice on the state side if they mandate that there would be some funding to go along with that. I mean, I know that doesn't happen because, I mean, that's not the only situation.
Various things that get funded.
Yeah, for all the things that get funded, then they mandate, they make a mandate and then no funding to go with it. And it makes it tough.
Questions to you guys?
I know. That's a good service. That's a great service.
Yeah.
About how many employees do you have in Coffee County? I know you're in Ottawa.
Yeah, we have about, in total, all 3 counties, 150 FTEs. I think we're about 40 employees in Coffee County.
You guys fully staffed?
No, trying to think which county was, I mean, we struggle in all the counties, you know, but we were doing good, it's just the waivers, we're
On
doing
your
everything.
nursing staff, I mean, are you able to keep that staffed up pretty well?
Yeah, we have 2, RNs that
And that's
cover, they cover all.
And they service all your areas.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what the payroll is, 'cause I don't remember from you.
Coffee County, looks like over 1.3 million.
Yeah.
So,
And we do, provide health insurance, for all full-time employees, and we're a PAPERS member also. Dental, vision, and, we have some life insurance also we provide, so.
You gotta provide some of those things to keep your employees.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, that's the plan. We're trying to compete with, in Ottawa, we got that Walmart DC, and here we're competing with Wolf Creek for those good employees, so we try to keep the wages as high as we can and give them all the benefits we can.
Right.
I mean, that's whenever we get an increase from the state, which is we're getting a 1.6% rate increase from state starting in July. So that'll almost all go to salaries. Okay, any more questions?
Good, so,
All right, well, thanks for all your support.
thanks for coming in.
thank you, appreciate your service.
Yep. Thank you.
Morning.
You ready now?
Yeah, we're just going on past that.
Yeah, I think so, if we could do that, make sure we're done, and then go ahead and take a break. And we'll have a couple minutes before we start the hearing that way. I guess we take a 10-minute break, come back at 9:57. We are back. Okay. I set that down for a minute, now I'll go back.
No, I didn't, he didn't give me copies, so I don't. I'll get him. Okay. Because I changed this one. Okay.
Andy, you didn't get the copies.
I didn't get,
Okay.
I just got one, I just got, janitor maintenance, I didn't get the others, so. Yeah. Make sure the sync back on that, which is the rest of the sync on the Bluetooth. Oh.
We're going to turn it on.
There it is.
Wildfires in Southern California.
Yes. I think they did everything right.
So cool. Thank you, Adam.
Good.
Can I see your driver's numbers?
Get here.
Should I add?
It's
10 o'clock. Do I have a motion to enter into a public hearing, 10 a.m. for the purpose of hearing and answering any questions regarding vacating certain portions of Fifth Road and Blackbird? Also moved.
I'll second.
Moved by Thompson, seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Are there any public comments? There were no public comments. I'd make a motion to close the public hearing. Can we close it at 10 o'clock? Does that work?
Yeah? Nobody's
While
here?
you're timing down the motion, you can,
Okay. To close the public hearing at 10:01. Also moved.
I'll second.
Moved by Thompson, seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
And you have that resolution.
Do I need to read that?
Yeah, the motion, yeah.
Motion to approve resolution number 2025-950, a resolution declaring to vacate certain portions of Fifth Road beginning 1/4 mile east of Blackbird Road, continuing east approximately 1/4 mile to the end of the traveled way. Also moved.
I'll second.
Moved by Thompson, seconded by Peterson. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
That's all I had for today. You guys have any questions on anything?
You want to wait, you need a copy of this?
Yeah, Angie will get one to me later. She'll
Okay.
stamp off on that, so.
Okay.
All right, you guys have a good week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you much.
Last year I did the 20. I'll leave that one. Okay. Did you guys get one for counselor, because we don't have that?
Oh.
We had the counselor, it was an
He's
attorney,
went
we
back
don't
to
have.
print.
Or I mean attorney.
He's printing it right now.
Okay.
He printed 2 sets of the wrong one.
Oh, okay. You said something
And that
about
was
the,
Was that
union.
So we just have the, we didn't have the.
Spreadsheet,
Yeah.
all they got.
Okay, okay.
Came back to get the official one.
Okay.
Okay, she's got a spreadsheet there. I'm looking at it, I don't.
Jeff, to where in your new office?
Yeah, that's, we're gonna.
It's 2 bucks.
One little not so handy part.
Enjoy. Quite a ways over there, ain't it?
It's good once I get my steps.
This is number 8.
Yes.
We're still short. Oh, no. Is that the one you were missing?
I didn't have any of them, so I'm gonna make copies.
I'm not big enough, did I not print
That's
it?
okay, that's all right.
One short.
Did you do anything different on juvenile detention, leaving it at 10?
It's at 10, some years that's enough, some years it's not.
Or 10, still good, okay, so that's. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Then this does not go in the book, but it's my scorecard of keeping track from year to year with what's been spent. You may have to put your glasses on. Yeah. It has a line item.
Did you guys have delivery of the audit on the agenda for today?
Pardon me?
Delivery of the 2024 audit, is it on the agenda? Okay. I was wondering if delivery of the audit was on the agenda for the day.
I didn't have it on there, but I mean, you can still grab it
Okay.
if you want to do that. Do you want to do that now?
Yeah.
I just thought that was a given.
Let me get
We just put you guys on there for budget
26 budget
preparation
preparation.
and audit. I mean, you can.
Okay, okay.
I've got the audit too.
Perfect. That way, take care of that too.
We need to add 2025 audit,
2024.
2024. Okay, I guess that's right. Can't do 25.
Did I give you guys copies of the audits already?
Yes.
Did I? I thought I did. Okay.
At least I have mine here. I don't know if Did you give one of these ones?
Okay, yeah, I did get them.
Okay.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that? That blue book?
I have, I got this copy. I can go off of my screen. Oh, and then that's for 2025. Audit.
Yeah, I did. I knew I put it somewhere.
That'll
Did you find
fill
it?
it out.
Okay.
See, from year to year, we have
Well, that's what mine was. I knew I put it in there, I just couldn't find it.
Yeah.
You ready for me to do this thing? Yeah. Okay.
So this does not go in the book?
That's your own.
You guys all have your audit. I'm gonna make this just kind of very brief because we're gonna go over a lot of these numbers as we work through the budget. So if you just wanna go ahead, and I'm Emily Franks with Jerry Goodwin Phillips. I've been here with Phil before, but more in the backseat role. And as you can see, Phil has stepped over more to a retirement role, so you get to look at me today instead of Phil. So here we go. If you want to go ahead and flip to page 1 of your audit book, this will be the audit report itself. So we audited the fund summary, statement of regulatory basis of receipts, expenditures, and unencumbered cash balance of Coffee County, Kansas as of December 31st of 2024, as well as the notes to the financial statement. And paragraphs 2 and 3, this is our opinions on the financial statements themselves. And so the first of those 2 paragraphs, we did issue an adverse opinion on generally accepted accounting principles, and that is because you as a county have elected to follow regulatory basis, otherwise known as cash basis financial statements. So in paragraph 3, you can see we issued an unmodified opinion on that regulatory basis of accounting. And in the footnotes, it gives better description of what exactly that regulatory basis of accounting is and just some more explanations there. The next couple paragraphs, this is the basis for our opinions. Bottom paragraph, this is management's responsibility over the financial statements. On to page 2, this is our responsibilities as your auditor over those financial statements. And the bottom of the page lists out supplementary information. So all of the schedules in the back that are comparatives from one year to the next of each fund individually, those are considered supplementary information. So really what we're giving an opinion on is statement 1, which is on pages 3 and 4. So we'll go there in just a minute. On page 3, there is prior year information that's included in this audit itself, and so we are required to tell you where you can find that audit if you were to have any questions about it. But we did also issue an unmodified opinion on that audit report. So pages 4 and 5, this is the statement that we're giving our opinion on, and this lists out all the funds. Then you've got your beginning unencumbered cash, any canceled encumbrances, receipts, expenditures, and then comes your ending unencumbered cash. And then we add back your encumbrances and accounts payable to get back to your cash balance as of December 31st of 2024. And so this is broke down general fund, then all your special purpose funds. Then on to page 5, you've got capital project funds, some business funds, and then the trust funds. And on the bottom of page 5, you can see that's your composition of cash. So there was some cash on hand, and then you had some checking accounts, and then investments, and then this is in order of liquidity. But if you look at the column that says ending unencumbered cash, if any of those numbers on this statement were to be negative, then that would be a statute violation for Kansas. And as you can see here, there are no funds that were ending negative. So, I know it's like kind of quick, and it's going to get broke down in more detail as we work through the budget, but is there any questions so far? I mean, you guys can see ending unencumbered cash from 2023 to ending unencumbered cash 2024. I mean, you're up a little under $1 million there. And you did have $66 million in cash in the bank at December 31st. And of that $66 million, I will point out, there's kind of on the bottom of page 5, there's a line that says agency funds per Schedule 3, and then we subtract out $35 million. That $35 million is agency funds, so that's monies that are held in custody for others. Meaning you have ad valorem taxes, people pay those taxes at the end of December, and then a lot of times they don't end up getting both. They don't get distributed until January of the subsequent year. So that's what is part of what makes up that $35 million there. So you actually have that $66 million. Page 6, this is the start of the footnote. This is a pretty standard footnote amongst all your Kansas cash basis counties that follow this regulatory basis of accounting. So pages 6, 7, 8, and into 9, this is all kind of the very, very common amongst all of them. But on page 8, I will point out, kind of middle of the page, if the county was to have held a revenue neutral rate hearing for this specific budget year, which would have been 2024, so we're going to go back a couple of years, but that would have been done. It would be noted here, which you guys did hold a revenue neutral rate hearing for that year. And then if there were any funds that were amended, the next paragraph down would list out any amended funds, and there was none for this specific fiscal year. Page 9. Middle of the page, this is your steward compliance and accountability. So statement 1 in schedule 1, if there is any cash basis violations or budget violations for this specific fiscal year, they would be listed out here. And you as the county did not have any budget violations. I will show you, we'll go ahead and flip back to page 18. This is your schedule that shows what your total budget available was that you guys had approved and published. And then it shows what the expenditures were that were charged to the budget. And then on the right-hand side, if there was any funds that were over budget, it would be a positive number. So as you can see here, all of the funds were under budget for this fiscal year. And this, again, is only going to list out your budgeted funds. Okay, so then we'll go back to page 9. So note 3, this talks about your deposits and investments, and that goes over onto page 10. And you, as a county, are required to have all your funds secured, and that's a statutory requirement. And you can see that this is a second paragraph above that footnote number 4. This lists out where all of your carrying deposits were held, what your cash balance was in the bank, and then how you're covered through FDIC and securities pledged. And so you can see at the year end, you guys were completely covered through securities pledged. There are some lease agreements. The bottom paragraph 4, this talks about your right to use contracts, which essentially are your lease agreements now. And then page 11, this is the start of your long-term debt obligations. And there are 4, 2 of which are associated with the new jail facility, and then 2 are taxable bonds that are under the county's name, but not going to be the county's responsibility. That's going to be through tax dollars that debt will be paid. And then on page 12, this lists out all of the future payments, the future obligations that the county has. And it's broke down by principal, interest, and then 5 years individually, and then in 5-year increments thereafter. Page 13, top of the page, this is in reference to your jail building. This is considered a capital project, and so you guys are required to stay within your authorized budget for that project unless it's noted and amended in your minutes. And so you can see as of December 31st of 2024, you guys had expended $16 million on that project with an estimated completion date in 2025. Footnote 7, this just talks about the paperless plan and how much you as the county have contributed on behalf of your employees. And the bottom of the page talks about net pension liability. Some of these numbers are a little scary. But the odds of the county actually being responsible for that amount is very unlikely. 14, this lists out your kind of your long-term obligations from operations. Kind of talks about compensated absences, what was outstanding at year end, and that's kind of second paragraph from the bottom, just right above that one. So the obligation at the end of the year was $336,000 for vacation and $429,000 for sick leave. On page 15, this is economic development loans. Because you guys do follow cash basis, you don't report these loans on the face of your financial statement, so it's just footnoted. But there was the hospital loan was forgiven last year by the county commission, and so you'll see here that there was $1.3 million of write-offs to make the ending balance for that hospital loan come to a 0. And then there are 3 outstanding revolving loans for economic development, and those are listed middle of page 15 of what their balance was at December 31st of 2024. Footnote 10, this just kind of talks about risk management and how you guys alleviate your risk as a county commission, and that's through obtaining insurance policies. And then you do have a stop loss policy for the health insurance, which is aggregate to pay claims over $125,000. So that footnote just gives a little bit more information there. Page 16, this talks about the solid waste landfill closure, post-closure care. Just gives a little bit of information there. Footnote 12, this is potential significant contingencies. You guys do get a lot of money from grants, and so there's always the chance that, you know, a grantor could no longer choose to support, like, your health department, so those funds could go away. 13, economic dependency. You guys do have a very high dependency on Wolf Creek Nuclear Power Plant. And they do account for 85% of the county's total valuation, so that is required to be noted there. Footnote 14, this lists out all the transfers, the funds they came from, the funds they went to, and then the statutory authority as well as the dollar amount that was transferred. And then 17, if there was anything material we would require to be footnoted, that would be here, but we did not have anything that we felt was required to be footnoted. And then if you go to page 19, this is the start of the individual funds, and so it gives just a little bit more information than that first statement did. But it lists out, and all the funds are going to be kind of set up the same way, but you've got receipts, expenditures, and then it'll come down to your like total net receipts over expenditures, and then come to your total cash balance. But this does have prior year numbers, current year numbers, as well as comparisons to a budget for all budgeted funds, and then any variances over or under. So the general fund goes all the way back to page 25. But you can see here the fund itself, like middle of page 25, it says receipts over under expenditure. You guys did have an increase in your general fund of $1.2 million in fiscal year 2024 to give you an ending unencumbered cash balance of $6,199,000. And as we work through the budget book, this is what's going to give you your ending cash carryover into fiscal year 2025, and then we do projections to get to where you'll be in 2026. And so we're going to go through each one of these funds individually. So I'm probably not going to spend a lot of time on them as long as you guys are all okay with that. Or if you've got any questions, I will be glad to answer those. No? Okay, if we would flip please to page 82. When I discuss agency funds, this is where all of those agency funds can be found. And this is broke down by some of the taxing entities. So you've got your cities, townships, then we've got the school districts, cemeteries, watershed districts, and then on page 84, this is all of, actually it's page 85 I want you to look at. These are your distributable funds. So this would be like your current tax, so your ad valorem tax. You can see there that at the end of the year there was $31 million that was held by the county that is due to be paid out to the taxing entities when that first round of taxes gets paid out in January. So, okay. Any questions over that? Okay. There were some loose reports that were in your audit packet. These are intended for commission and people within the county. But the first page, this is a letter from like our office to you. We call this kind of the presentation letter. But if there was any issues throughout the audit process that would need to be discussed with you, we would be putting that here in this letter. Bottom of the page, I will point out that there were journal entries that were needed to get to where the numbers are today that you see in the statement 1 of the financials. And all of those journal entries themselves are in this packet. We do provide those to you so you can see why we did what we did. And Angie and the people in her office have been really good about working with us on getting those posted so that you guys are looking at accurate numbers when they run your reports. The second page here, if we had any disagreements with management, we would have reported those here to you. That second paragraph down, management representation letter, there is a letter that is from you guys to us, and it's also included in this packet, and we'll go over that one here in a second. And then this is just, you know, just any findings or issues. If we would have had any, that also would be reported here, which we did not have any issues. And so this report here, this is what we call the management representation letter. It's also in the packet right after the journal entries. But this is what we like to call the reminder letter. So if there was anything that we needed to know about as far as related party transactions or any legal issues, those all should have been disclosed to us throughout the audit process. And so you can read through this in your free time. I mean, it's kind of a standard letter, but again, we like to call it a reminder letter of things that should have been discussed. So, and I still need to get that signed.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So, okay, any questions? Okay, I don't know how Phil's really going through with you in the past, but, okay, we'll go. Thank you, guys.
So thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a motion to approve the 2024 audit as presented by Jared Gilmore and Phillips, PA.
So moved. Second.
Been moved by Barker, seconded by Peterson. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the audit engagement letter with Jared Gilmore and Phillips, PA, to perform the audit services for Coffee County, Kansas, year ended December 31st, 2025. Also moved.
Second.
Moved by Thompson, seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Two for each time here. I can do that for you.
Okay, do we have, did you have that change to the,
No. So we have all numbers updated as of just here a few minutes ago, including attorney counsel and all that. Are there any other changes you guys want us to make?
Yes,
Okay?
it'd be on,
Is this the one we talked about this morning?
yeah, it'd be on council meeting.
Okay, so it would be tab number 19. General detail, yeah.
And I'll give my thoughts on it. Okay. This has to do with the budget request from the Burlington Senior Center, which is presented to the council of the aging, and then they present that to us. There was some discussion last week on this, and if I understood it right, that he was going to, Mr. Waterstreet was going to present a new budget and to present it to you, and it hasn't been done. So last year, up until last year, Burlington had a $17,000 budget. Last year, then it was increased by another $25,000 for projects. And this year, then the budget request came in for another $12,000. Those projects haven't been, as far as I know, they haven't been done yet. And so the discussion was most of the senior centers wouldn't budget for projects. They would, if there was a project that was needed, they would get bids, come in, and the county would help them with that project. And so that's what I was recommending to Mr. Waterstreet.
Make their request.
Make the request in. my proposal right now, I mean, being they didn't bring in another budget, would be to increase their budget a little bit, but from the 17,000 to 20,000. I mean, I'm just,
That sounds fair from what we've discussed here.
because, I mean, I was just going by the rest of the senior centers, request from, their request was $2,000 to $3,000 increase from last year, if I'm looking at it right. So I guess what I'm presenting is for the Burlington Senior Center for a $20,000 budget. Does that make sense to?
So you're wanting to go from the 41 to 20?
Yes. Because the 41, because the 40,
did on his.
because the 41 is still there. I mean, there's still money in that account, I believe.
Just
I mean,
they
I can't-
come in and request when they have bid and they were ready to do
Certain
something.
projects.
We're not taking that, we're just backing the budget off to that 20,000, is what I'd like to do, if that's agreeable with.
So that would include, what, 15,000 in operating expenses and then an additional 5,000?
Yes.
Total of 20?
Yes. And Mark, I was just going by
What the past.
past budget was on that. And I'm just 1 of 5, that's just my opinion, but I think that we need to bring that budget back down.
You know, they did budget for some lesser capital projects, which I think they should budget for smaller capital projects, but if there's something unexpected or something larger, I think they should come to the commission and ask for some money. But there are some smaller projects there, and I don't have a problem with them asking for a little bit more money in the budget as long as it's accounted for.
Yes.
I mean, there's a few smaller things like repairing the roof on the east side, adding an awning, and painting the roof.
But they don't know what that's gonna cost, is the problem.
Right.
And I guess that's what I was,
And you won't know until you go out for bids.
right. And that's the way they normally do it,
Most of our
But for budgeting, I mean, you have to have a good guess anyway.
yeah.
And some of those projects can be maybe set off a year or two. They don't all have to be done in 1 year.
Right.
Unless there's a safety issue.
And if, I'm just offering my opinion,
I agree with you, Steve.
I do too. And all these things are something that can be brought in and be requested, in my opinion.
because there's still monies there from last year that have never been spent yet.
He's got a carryover then from last year?
Well, he'd have to because there was 25,000 over.
And they have, $27,000 of capital projects that we're doing this year. Some of those are not done yet.
Right.
So even though they had a carryover from last year, I mean, that could very well be spent on the capital projects.
Yes, because that's what they were presenting as. But the projects haven't been done yet.
And that money was earmarked for this.
And
It needs to be spent on this, just not
Right.
a slush fund.
Right. But yeah, I agree, there should not be a slush fund.
Okay.
So Mark, what do you think?
I think it should be more than 20,000. I mean, what was the original request, 52?
Yes, 52.
And that 15,000 project.
But see, it jumped from 17,000,
Right.
it was my point.
What year was that?
17.
Well, 17 would have been 20, this is 24.
Then we went to 41,000,
Yeah.
for 25.
Yep. And then they got 52 for 26.
Right.
So part of the 41,000 was the projects that they was gonna do for the capital,
Yes, that was,
and did they get done?
no,
So he should have,
Which they still have the second half of the year to get some of the elements.
I know.
how much you think should be in it, Mark?
Yeah,
Got an opinion?
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Looks like their income has increased significantly too, from 24 to 25.
If they leave, probably at least 25 to 30,000.
Yeah.
What's that, Mark?
I was thinking at least 25 to 30,000.
but they've got a carry on, well, they did have, I don't know what they have this year. A CD and savings of 13,000, and then a carryover of $1,300, I guess. If you think it needs to be a little more, I mean,
Even if it was 30,000, I mean, that's 22,000 less than they requested.
I'd like to see it stay around that 25, I really would.
Yeah,
That'd be okay with 25.
they can come in and request.
Look, if they need something else, we've not,
Never been told no.
Right.
like,
The 25 would be fine. But I think they need to be a little more accountable on their projects
I do too.
and how they do that. Because just having that there for their discretion, we've earmarked it for that. Yeah, and I understand him being new with it, and it's all new to him, but it's a lot of money.
it's a lot of money.
52,000.
Are you good with 25 more?
Yeah. Maybe that,
I mean, we've,
if they need that, if some of those projects have to be done, then they can.
They can come back in
Yeah,
with
maybe.
actual bids or something that say.
Yeah, I
this is
don't
what's
have a
going-
problem with when they come in with a project.
Maybe even package some of them together so they don't have to keep coming.
Yeah,
in.
Right,
exactly.
right.
We've got bids for these three smaller items, you know.
Yeah.
Is that agreeable?
Yep.
So what do we need to do to make that happen?
What'd you guys want me to say? Yeah.
Do-
20.
If we change that, or do we need to make a motion, or do we just?
You guys can
we're all-
change any budget you want, because once we go through the budget process, that's when there'll be hearings and motions made and all that, so, I mean, as long as you've got a thumbs up on that, you can make that change.
So on that one,
Go with 25.
Okay.
that would be on that,
Burlington.
on the Burlington one.
Okay. Do you guys want to address housing authority? And she had made mention of that possibly.
I didn't know if there was one you guys were wanting to do anything with or not, so.
everything that's going on, I don't think that budget should be increased.
Say that.
I don't think that budget should be increased.
On the housing authority.
On the housing authority.
I got questions too, I'd like to.
What number was that?
46.
46.
Hey, I'm just looking at all of you, what do you want to do?
she's requesting a $9,000 budget increase. Correct? $294,000 from
It
285.
should be a 9,000.
And she said insurance costs go up there along with everybody else, obviously, but I think she said it was 16% increase is what she told me that.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I got questions before I.
But we have, but we have to do something
When do you need to have it?
Today.
today.
Did you say, Angie, that if we wanted to increase it, we'd have to have a budget hearing for that, or?
No, it's in the general fund, so if you were to, if they were to come in later, you could authorize giving them more money. We could pay it out of a different department.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
If they were to come in later in the year and request some extra money, like say the 9,000, you guys could approve it later and pay it somewhere out of a different department.
So what you're saying is keep it the same, if we
Yeah,
kept it the same.
If you kept it the same, yes.
I'm okay with that.
Keeping it
Keeping
the
it
same.
the same as the previous year.
So, that being said, as long as they can come in, I mean, if they come up short, they could come in and request that.
Yeah,
And
and then
additional
you
funds.
could either approve it or not approve it.
Okay,
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. I don't know if you guys, there's a couple things that do have to be addressed. One being the solid waste, because at this current point with numbers budgeted the way that they are, there's not enough money that comes in to cover solid waste, and just from years of experience with you guys, it's more something that you're doing to benefit the community, not necessarily trying to make a profit on it. But I think we need to look at the amount of expenses that have been allocated to the general fund, and also look at the expenses that have been allocated to the solid waste fund itself. Why is it not?
I couldn't find the 77.
It's 64.
Oh, that's all you're.
We're going to go to the 70.
Is that taken into account that they're moving their salaries to the general?
Yeah, some of them have been, the expenses that have been over because there's not enough money collected has been pushed to the general fund as a department there. But right now, the way that the budget has been set up in the general fund is you're allocating $200,000 to like wages, but then in the solid waste fund, you also have $236,000 in wages over there. So what's in solid waste does have to be brought down a little bit because your current budget situation is negative cash. So we're going to have to allocate some of those wages over to the general fund, but I don't think the whole $200,000 is what's going to need to be budgeted in your general fund.
Do you have a suggestion?
I
Work
was going to try to show it to you, but I lost connection to the Bluetooth. Technology is great when it works.
That kid's commented on a lot in here.
How you doing? Yeah, yeah.
It's ready. What else do I need to do? No, that was exactly what we needed. Try again. Yeah, I can try again.
Remove it.
I should have watched when we did it. Okay, so right now in the general fund, you guys have set out a budget of $225,000, and that's salaries, contractual commodities, and capital outlay. But the fund itself for solid waste has $394,000 that have been budgeted there. As of, yeah, this might help if they can see that. And since I printed these this morning, this has already changed a couple times, so.
One for everybody.
Just consider that your working copy.
Okay.
Those are these stacks, or?
Yes,
Okay,
I just counted out.
okay, very good.
So we're gonna look at page 19, and we're looking at 6F. So I don't know if you wanna keep them both.
And I put those numbers in on solid waste for you guys because you weren't collecting enough at the landfill to cover all of that. So,
And that's been discussed before.
Right.
already.
Yeah, and then the
Right.
constant problem.
Right.
and so we just want to get it cleared up on what you think we should do here.
6F, you said,
6F
And then 19.
and 19.
and 19. So on 19, we'll just kind of start there and run through the whole scenario. You can see that from 2024 into 2025, you guys did not have any cash carryover. So your general fund helped supplement the solid waste in 2024 as well. And you're estimated to collect $235,000, which has been where it has been the last few years. So this, I think the collection side is pretty spot on with what's been projected there. And then in the 2025 column for the expenditures, those have been reduced in the contractual and commodities line because you guys did not have enough cash available in the solid waste fund to be able to pay out those expenses. But you guys do have on 6F some expenses allocated and budgeted for solid waste in 2025. So I figure reducing the 2025 amounts, they're now being shown over in the general fund for 2025. But if we look to the 2026 year, you guys have $394,000 budgeted for the expenditures for solid waste, but only collecting $235,000. So you're cash short by like $156,000. But in your general fund right now, you have budgeted $225,000. So I really feel like looking at these two, with the solid waste being short $156,000, I think you only need to really allocate probably like maybe $175 in your general fund instead of the $225, so that would reduce that in the general by about $50,000. Because I don't think you need to show the budget in both funds. And like Angie ran totals, and I think solid waste pays out a little over $200,000 in wages on an annual basis.
Okay.
So
And
That
do-
175 would give them a little cushion in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all right with that.
Yeah. That'd be in here instead of
It'd be 175 in the general, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, cause I'm gonna have to reduce that solid waste because you can't have a negative cash.
So you're talking a total of 175?
Yeah, so your, just the total overall will be 175, so we're gonna reduce, personnel by, this one would get reduced by 50. So take 175 in general, and then I'm gonna reduce that solid waste to get this cash. Because you didn't need to have it budgeted here and here,
Right.
so. And this one will get, I'll get this fixed in this fund. If you've got. So is this coming from the landfill? Like, who's giving you this?
Yeah, the engineer's office is budgeting that. But they're budgeting it, but we're not collecting enough to fulfill that budget.
Okay, so if we take. It's gonna be. This took 100. So all you have to have here based on what their budget request was the 156,320 is what this would have to be to get to where they were at. So if we take that down by 50 and you're at 175, that's gonna give them more than what they have requested budget-wise.
And are they going on to what they spent last year? I didn't really have to think that.
That's what's in here,
Okay.
or that's what's in here.
Well, in here, total, because I transferred money from general to the fund to cover
So is this what their budget request was?
for this year, yeah.
And what was their budget request for the prior year that you had to transfer money in?
220, 794.
That was for 24?
Uh-huh.
So they spent 236,000 plus you had to transfer 220,000?
No, I transferred 100,000 last year. Their total spent for last year was 202,164, and I transferred it 100 because we didn't know how much they were going to spend for the entire year overall the line, so we just transferred in the lump sum to make sure we had enough in there.
Okay. I think you're fine to do then the 175 here. Total of the 175. That should be plenty enough.
Okay.
That fixes that, but that will fix that.
So that takes care of the negative 156.
Yeah, essentially it was budgeted both places. You had the negative 165 in the solid waste. If we budget the 175 in the general fund, it'll cover that difference and give a little extra cushion for, which I think the raises had already been built into the projected amount that are over in solid waste, so.
Okay, so we will be transferring out of general to solid waste, correct? Or do you want us to pay wages out of general?
I'd say you need to just be paying the wages out of general. That way we can take the two and compare and see, so once they, I mean, the
We
hardest,
don't want a budget for some services there, do we?
well, you would pay it out of here first, like use this up and then use this as your, like, secondary. So you have expenses in both.
I'm just trying to think that's gonna kind of be a nightmare.
I mean, unless you do wanna just
I'd rather
approve to
pay
do
it.
a transfer out of general over to the solid waste. The biggest thing you're gonna run into is statutory authority, like what is the statutory authority, which I think is what we've come back to in the past. Because you're really not supposed to take general fund and transfer money from general to a business fund, which is what the solid waste fund is considered.
Could we just pay solid waste wages out of general then?
You
And
could
not
do that.
Not even budget, since we're not collecting enough?
That would,
Would you guys be okay with that? Because in our payroll system, when we pay employees, it's charged either to a certain fund or a certain department. So if we have it charged to solid waste, then it's gonna, of course, charge that. And then if we have to change it mid-year or something, then that's an extra step we're having to do to go and change it to a different department and then change it back to the fund at the next
and
year.
that's what we had to do this year, that's what you had to do this year to cut.
We were transferring money into it.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right.
But if we just set up each employee to pay from general under solid waste, wages only, then the other stuff, you know, all your collections will cover the other expenditures.
And that would be, that would be easier for you.
It would
I'd
be
rather do that.
much
than you have to
cleaner for
go
us.
back and
Okay.
forth.
Less
Yeah.
headache, less paperwork
Yeah.
and entries and things, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that would
Yeah,
work.
I think though the budget authority would probably need to be higher if we're just
It
doing,
would,
so we would take out all that contractual quantities, capital outlay, then this is gonna probably need to be more along the lines of like 250. Okay.
I would be comfortable with that. And we'll just change,
And then that's.
So that salary would just be coming out, you would take care of the salaries out of
general
the
fund,
general fund.
solid waste department.
Okay.
We won't start that though until next year.
Right,
On the
right,
budget.
right.
So we'll finish out this year how we're doing it, and then next year we'll start, if that works.
Sure.
It's fine.
Okay, so then I'm gonna take all the wages out of solid waste and allocate, keep their budget how everything else was, but remove the wages, and then in the general fund, we're going to make the wages be 250,000, and then everything else that had previously been budgeted will go to zero, since that's now gonna be setting in. And that would give solid waste, some cash carryover, and if you guys decide to handle it differently in the future, then, you know, if you decide to raise rates or something, you could do that and then change how that's handled.
I think letting them run 1 year this way would be a good idea, and then if we
Yeah.
have any hiccups, we can adjust for next
And
year.
Angie, you said that would start then in January 1, right?
Well, I mean, for the next.
Right,
Yeah,
right, right.
Yeah, because since our collections aren't enough to cover everything,
Sure.
it's not covering all the payroll
Right.
or other expenditures, whereas if the collections can cover the other expenses, then we can pay payroll out of general, and it'd be, like I said, I don't have to do journal entries all the time, and
Right, right.
Yeah.
And if you're avoiding journal entries, there's less opportunity for human error, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep these and these back.
no, these are just working copies, they're not completely accurate because we've already made changes, but you can write on them and do whatever, so.
Okay.
Can you see if you can have your IT guys come back and show me how to do this, that way I can
Yep.
show them kind of where they're at.
Get a file. Yeah,
They're nice.
And then kind of while we're addressing different funds that need handled before we move on to really where you're at as far as the taxes are concerned. You guys have debt payments that are coming due for the jail facility. And the taxes for the jail facility will begin in, well, 2025 is when those were set to begin. But with the amount of taxes that have been levied for 2025, it is less than what the payments are. So you're coming up cash short for 2025 in that debt service for the jail by about $76,000. So that fund is going to have to probably be supplemented with some, like maybe part of one of the interest payments needs to be allocated to the general fund, to see if, well, it's gonna have to be moved somewhere, or interest income is going to need to be shown in the debt service fund, but we can't end that budget column with a negative $76,000 for 2025 for the debt service. And I am looking at page 7 in the 2025 column if you guys want like a point of reference. I just need to watch you do it. Sorry. Some people like this sound. That's right. That's what we're doing. How do you keep it from like continuing to get enough? No. Okay, thank you. How do I make it big before you leave? Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is where we're at on the debt service, and again, this is for the jail bond payments. So you're negative $76,000. So I don't know if you want to take some of the interest that would have been in the general fund and move it over to the debt service fund, or if you want to take one of the interest payments and allocate that to the general fund. Because I know the debt service payments for 2024 were allocated to the general fund, but that is going to impact how much cash you carry over. So if you take, $80,000 in debt payment and allocate it to your general fund, or even if you reduce your interest income by $80,000 and put it over in debt service, I mean, that's going to change where the fund sits. So, and I asked Richard about interest, but I didn't really get a reply on how much. This is what was budgeted for interest, but that was what was collected in 2024. So I feel like this number is understated. Yeah, I shot an email, but
What would your suggestion be?
I mean, it might be easy enough just to take and allocate part of that interest payment over to the general fund and then reduce what's in the debt service, and then by next year, it should be better. it should fix itself once the actual tax dollars are coming in. But
So
then
this-
I'm not,
This was based on a projection, wasn't it? Okay.
yeah. And again, too, I'm also, something that's gonna need to be in discussion is what the estimated, and I don't know if anybody's ran these numbers at all, but projections for how much the jail itself will be producing as far as income is concerned. I mean, I don't know if when you guys started the whole jail process, if that was numbers that were ran to,
We've talked about that on their projections. We talked about it before this morning on that,
okay,
what they were looking at. So it's in between 750 to 1.3
okay.
that they're looking at.
Because none of the jail income for like inmate housing has been plugged in here at all. So you do have higher wages in your corrections facility, but there's not any income in here for that inmate housing. And so that's something that's really going to play a key factor in changing what your mill levy is on your general fund, too.
So
So,
by next year,
Should have some hard numbers.
by next year, we should have a lot clearer view of somewhat of it.
Yeah, 5 months trial.
Oh, do you need a number plugged in there for income for the jail?
I mean, yeah, it would be very beneficial to have that and would really change amounts levied.
We need Tom to come back up.
Maybe, because we talked about if we had 30 beds filled up, for federal contract, I know that we get $68.50 per inmate, and then that comes out to $750,000 roughly a year. That's just on the contract with federal, but we don't
There's a
have,
floating chart that they could pay us on.
I was gonna say, but we don't have a contract in place though, do we?
I don't think so. I think that's what we need.
Because that number that we was using was, I mean, it could have been a little higher if
Yeah,
I
it should
did
be.
that right.
Well, yeah, because then in addition to the federal, yeah, you might be able to get a little bit more money, but then we'd have additional dollars from housing prisoners from other
From
counties.
other counties, he was talking about maybe 30 beds on, somewhere around there.
The estimate for a facility similar to the size of Coffee County is Lynn County, who opened a year and a half ago. My understanding is, in the first year they brought in approximately 1.5. And they house federal inmates and out-of-county inmates, so their model is similar to what Coffee County is looking at. So you probably want to have a conservative
Yes.
estimate. Maybe to have a conservative estimate up front would be 750 to 800 to start out, because you don't know, but I think that would be, you have to get up and running, have to get approved by the feds, have to create that client base, and it may take a little bit of time to get up and running. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah.
That way you're not overshooting.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's huge, because we've got past, as a nation.
Now, are you expecting to have the facility open for 2025 and housing inmates that you would actually be collecting housing fees on those inmates as well? I'm not sure at what point you guys are at with the project, so.
Yeah. My anticipation is, or my understanding, this month, current inmates in the existing jail will be transferred over. Once that's up and running and all the kinks are worked out there, I would anticipate in August or September for word to get out. And the sheriff would probably tell you that he's got people waiting to bring in people from other jurisdictions. So
Okay.
I don't know what that total population would be,
Okay.
but I I'd anticipate by the end of the year, you're gonna have a decent population in the jail.
Because again, like for 2025, I mean, it's kind of hard to see, but we had not built in any inmate housing in 2025 either, so I don't know, I mean, if you guys want to just keep this how it is for now and then
To finish out the year.
for 2025, yeah, because that impacts your cash carryover, but if you also have to pay, if we have to allocate $77,000 of like interest over to your general fund, I mean, is it going to be offset by some housing income, like inmate housing income?
Well, if you go with like 250 to 300 or something like that.
For 25, figured that if we filled the 30 beds at 120 days, which would be 4 months, would be 46,000 roughly, or 246,000
Right.
of income
Okay.
based on federal. And if you want to be conservative on that, maybe 200,000.
Okay. So I mean, if you guys are comfortable with that, I can add that to 2025, and then we can allocate that, like probably $77,000 of interest payment over to the general fund and fix that debt service.
I'd be more apt to maybe having Tom here.
I just sent him a message.
Yeah, because I don't want to speak for what he's having
Yeah.
in there.
Okay,
I just
and
got
that's fine.
numbers here that he shared last week, and he needs to be a part of this, I feel.
Okay, and that's fine. We can pause that discussion until he's here. I guess we're just gonna take a look back here and go to the budget hearing notice, which is directly behind page 27. I didn't have these ones page numbered yet because I wasn't sure if you guys were gonna go with combined rate hearing or.
You say 27?
It's a page behind 27.
Oh.
It's the back page of it. And again, this is prior to any changes. The paper copy is prior to any changes made today, and this would be where you're at after changes from today. But you can see right now, your revenue neutral rate is 51.938, and you guys are currently at 62.119. So if your goal was to get a little closer down to R&R, we've got a little bit more work to do to get there. But if you compare from levies and funds from 2025 budget to 2026, you can kind of see where your increases are. There's a pretty big increase in your general fund and then in the employee benefits, but you guys are facing capers increases, health insurance increases, as you have projected to do wage increases. You also have to increase the benefits as well. So that's why you've got a pretty big increase there in that employee benefit. Let's see. The hospital maintenance, that one had pretty big jump this year. I'm not sure if that was a request from the hospital or what.
Yes.
Okay. So
does this take into account the raise and appraisal valuations?
I believe it does.
Yeah.
The new figures are in their calculus.
Well, that, 62 is the amount of money they're needing to support the budget. And that's why it takes that many mils. And see, they added a couple million back because they cut it out last year. So
Okay.
get the bill levy down, and now, look at that,
yeah, I did see for like road equipment in the general fund, I did see that $1 million for the asphalt.
And then we also had, capital outlay line item was another $1 million that they cut out last year to try to keep the mill levy down, and
Okay. So is that back in here again?
yeah,
Here
that
it
is, it's under,
Is it courthouse general?
it's under line item capital outlay, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, here it is. I see the, well, 1.25.
So there's several million that's been
Big
added.
ticket items.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think, like, with your employee benefits, you have a lot of options if you are going to go ahead with, projecting wage increases, which I mean, is something that probably needs to be happening with how our economy is right now. And then you can't really do much about the capers rates. That's something that's, they give them at the state level, so unless, let's look at, how much interest do you think you're gonna get for 2025 and 2026?
How much do you want me to get?
How much do you wanna tell me about? Here's what I have currently estimated, and I'm sure it's probably a little bit less than what it should be. That's what we have estimated for 2025.
Can you tell me what you heard from me? I guess if we can, that's probably a good guy.
For 2025 though, how much interest you have so far? So you think you're gonna land it to what we see there?
Yeah, it doesn't look like.
Okay. I think we got there.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to see you guys had it in pretty much your full employee benefits fund that is just coming from tax dollars, so.
Of course, it's already accurate.
Yes.
Is this, would that have been an insurance, that's our reimbursement, that's our risk management reserve, so if we go over our stop loss, we can pull from that to cover. Okay, okay. Okay, so approximately 10 mils is what, if you guys are wanting to stay at R&R. So. I don't know, do we want to talk about jail now? You're in the hot seat now. So we are trying to get some kind of numbers to project what inmate housing would be in fiscal year 2025. So once you guys open up the new facility, have you ran any numbers to know potentially what could be collected in 2025?
$50 a head, 30 people per month.
Okay. Starting,
As soon as they tell me that, I start bringing people in. I'm open the 14th.
okay, so you guys have a set date in that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So it's pulled back for some reason.
okay. Because Wade was saying probably estimated for 2026, which will be a full year of you and operations housing. He said to be conservative, probably estimate $750,000 for first year with upwards of what? What did you say?
Lynn County,
The max will be $1.4 million. I'm
Okay.
guessing somewhere around between 1.2 and 1.4.
Okay,
By the time I get, again, 30 other inmates in here,
okay,
at $50 a head, and then the federal rate, depending on what the federal rate, it could be a lot more than that. The minimum federal rate right now is 60.
okay, okay. Okay. And then
This is about what we're gonna have to be,
It's about $750,000 from the feds, and then about $400,000 from the state basis.
Okay.
That's all exactly, yeah.
Okay, so your corrections budget has all your increases in staffing built into that?
Absolutely.
Okay, okay, just wanna make sure to see. Okay. Doesn't directly answer what 2025 would be, but.
They don't know, it's so fluid, you know.
Yeah. I mean, say easily, probably at least. Did you lie? Oh, I thought you.
Yeah. So if you got
You're really helping out this year.
10 managers and $110.
So you say three?
Per $100,000.
And still stay conservative with 26?
Yeah, I don't like to overshoot things too much, but trying to keep the jail down. Breeze better guess.
Okay.
I'll spend my money before I make it.
Yeah, I'd say probably, I mean, even 150 for inmate housing for 2025 would
Maybe
be
the next year's gonna be worse.
I mean, would you agree?
I agree.
150,000 for 2025 for inmate housing?
I would hope so, but
Going into the whole thing.
Okay.
depends on how soon they can get in, how soon they can get filled up.
Right.
It'd be 72 days of having your federal inmates do that.
Yeah, it's not gonna have to be just immediately, because they still gotta, I mean, they're supposed to be here and inspect, I mean, we don't expect any problem, just get the contract signed and get them here. I feel like, again, I'm already a month later than what I planned, I had people plan to be here a month later. Problems with HVAC and everything else, we're still having some problems. I told them, 14th, I'm gonna start moving people over, I got to start moving.
Okay.
So, when I start moving my people over, then I'm gonna put it out for state. Say, I've got, that ain't available, bring them over, so, I won't know until then.
Okay.
I'm not gonna put it out early and then have to recant like I did before, so.
Okay. Okay. It would probably be 600 even, because there is regular just jail mail then too. Okay, so then that interest payment, do we want to take and allocate, I'd say even 80,000 of that interest payment from the jail payment for 2025, just allocate it over to the general fund to get this so that it's not cash short?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you'll need to do an entry for it. Just to the same fund you used in 2024. Okay, so that brings your general fund mill levy down. So you're at 59 mills right now. So what is your road and bridge? What has been
On the backside of it.
special bridge?
This one?
Yes.
Okay, didn't look the same, sorry.
What do you
I mean,
think?
is your guys' goal just to get back down to R&R, or are you wanting?
Here's my thoughts. I mean, going year after year, meeting R&Rs, that's unsustainable. Everybody's been hit with double-digit valuation increases, back-to-back, double-digit valuation increases, including, 15% this year? I'd be okay if we hit some kind of a figure that was more of a consumer price index increase, 3 to 4% over what we had last year, rather than, because if we left the mill levy the same, I mean, that's basically, that's reflects that, the valuation increase. So I think it's possible to go below the mill levy we had last year, but not meet the R&R. Does that make sense? I mean, as long as it's a modest increase, kind of reflective of the CPI. I don't want to try not to sock everybody with that 15% increase. We get that close to a 3 to 4, something like that.
So, here's what I thought. Since we budgeted the full 1.25 for line item capital outlay, which that money, usually we transfer any excess over to support the capital improvement plan, we could lower that down to maybe $750,000. You won't have enough. You got to keep that up too, but maybe from other departments or funds, we can put stuff in there, or put funds in there to support that. So have some in that line item capital outlay. If you want to lower that to $750,000, that'd take off about $500,000 roughly.
I mean, I think that also the Chamber of Commerce put that in at 150. And then the mental wellness, we still had 653 from 2025. Are you really going to spend $653,000 for mental wellness? What is that category? Wait, that was the fund that was established that then you guys decided to transition it back over to the general fund. The mental wellness fund, the budget for 2025 is $250,000, and then there was $653,000 that was budgeted for 2024. Was there plans with the mental wellness money?
So it's in the process of being discussed for request to distribute it, but I don't think it's going to be Tom's on that same board. I think it'll be low amounts or lower amounts than
Any documentation.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
And that was only banks.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Basically drops you down to the next time.
Okay.
I guess the question is, what money is in that account that the mental wellness board has to use? I know it transferred, and that's been a sort of a ongoing question. Does it have $600,000, or does it have $200,000, or does it have nothing?
Look over here.
The balance will dictate what the request would be for the future budget, and I'm just one of the people that is on that board, so I don't have.
So, the amount to be transferred out from the levied dollars was $886,000. So, and I don't think that any of that money has been spent out of the general fund. So that was carried over, or will be carried over. So in 2025, to close the mental wellness fund, it's going to take about $305,000. So that was your cash carryover from 24 to 25. So then once that's done, then you'll have $886,000 in the general fund that was mental wellness money. So I'm guessing that's why the budget was set out in 2025 was that $653,000, and then the $250,000, I'm guessing, for 2026.
So I don't want to speak for that board, but if that's the amount that's available, should there be a need, then I would say that amount can be lower, when you say, Tom. And maybe significantly 50, 25, or even pass on this year and come back next year, knowing that $800,000 is there and available.
You're saying 25, 250,000 or 500,000, just take it off there, is that what you're asking?
Or make it $25,000 or $50,000 total, the request. I mean, there hasn't been a request yet, but I will tell you, the board has had recent meetings where there may be an ask up to, in the neighborhood of $200,000, isn't that?
That's right.
So
if we left $250,000 in that, well, what's that then? There's $800,000 in it, so that'd be $500,000 back into the general fund, back to balance this.
Yeah.
I'm not the president either, but I think that if that needs to be done to help balance the budget, then that's what has to be done.
you're talking about taking the request for 250 down, not taking from what's already.
Correct, yeah, just reducing that down. I mean, the money has already been levied in mental wellness, and then it's been allocated to general, so I mean, you could still, if they did want to request the money, you could amend the budget and pay the money out, but if you don't need to include it to increase the levy again for this year, then there's no reason to do that.
So go from the 250 request down to 25 or 50 to make
I
it
mean,
less.
whatever you really think that you're going to be potentially paying out. I mean, right now, you do have budgeted $653,000 in 2025, which is affecting your cash carryover, which Angie ran reports and you've only paid out $3,700. So I think that 653 number could realistically get dropped down to probably 25 or 50 unless there is a projected payment for fiscal year 2025. And then drop that 250 down, and then if for some reason in 2026 they did decide they wanted some of that money, go in and just amend the budget at that point.
I do know there's a live request, at least that has been discussed for somewhere in the neighborhood of 200, but outside of that doesn't cover the rest of the year.
Okay. So could we reduce down the 2025 budgeted amount to a more realistic number and then just leave in that 250 for 2026?
I think that's, I'm just one person like Tom, but I think that's reasonable and.
Okay.
As long as the request can be made, somebody comes in, we can request.
Yep.
So.
Okay. So if I took 2025 down to 50,000. I can leave 2026 at 250,000.
Yeah, do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do.
What if you just put 200, since they already have a piece of a live request of 250, take it down 400.
In 2025, so leave 250 for.
So that's what I'm trying to say again. Now what's 2026?
Leave the 250 in for 2026.
Punch the numbers.
And that, again, when you do this balanced budget, we'll have to live with it. So, if somebody wants a $250,000 assistance from us, they're not gonna get it. They may get it 150, you know. We'll make it work. We gotta work with what we have, so.
But the thing is like, if they have extra at the end of this year, what do I do with that?
Yeah, that's the thing, is once it's in the general fund.
Yeah, they don't have it.
Unless somebody to keep track of how many dollars were levied. But I mean, it's kind of the same with every other department in the general fund. You don't use it, then it rolls over into the cash carryover for the next year, for money is available for everybody within the general fund. so. That takes you to 59, so, still quite a bit.
Do you wanna lower that line item capital outlay to $750,000? That'll take a $500,000 off.
I was gonna say, I crunched a few numbers a little while ago. I mean, we levied, 55.78 mills last year, and the tax levy was 35.1 million. And if I did 4% like I was talking about, we'd have to levy about 36.5 million, which would be, the target would be 54 mills. Right at 54 mills. So yeah, go a little ways to go.
The only thing about that, Mark, is if we do that, then next year's going to be worse.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a 4% increase, it's not, if we were gonna do that, I mean, a 15% increase was about where we were at.
Well, we're estimating what the jail cost.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, so, and the building's bigger than this one. Yeah,
But last year, they decreased. They're just trying to catch up. So if you
About
got,
1.25 county outlay. Yeah, I'm.
Right, so it's
We're gonna big line lower that.
Yeah, that's right.
Or even 500.
I was gonna say, you go CPI increase.
Yeah, I
that
mean, we
makes more.
just got road and bridge, pull out of general fund. That should happen.
I mean, realistically today too, if there is an intent to exceed R&R, you have till July 20th to notify the clerk, and then you have more time to whittle through your budget. And really, when you are submitting that notice to exceed R&R, the mills that you're giving to the clerk is really the maximum amount that you could potentially levy, but there's always the ability to levy less between the time that you notify the clerk and when you finalize your budget. So if you guys did want to do a notice to the clerk to levy 55 mills, and then as you work through the budget process, maybe you find ways to cut expenses, and then you end up down at like 53, you can settle on that 53. You don't have to go all the way to the 55. So, I mean, and you have until, more time to work through it then.
with the numbers you put some different, where's the mill levy now?
It's at 59. 59.154.
Last year was 55,796, right?
Find a way to whittle another
55,781.
away.
781.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard when everything you buy
Increases in
goes
cost.
up just like everything else. Every other business, every other person.
Those employee benefits, that's a big hit.
Yes.
And you guys added that, there's another $1 million that got added to the asphalt program too, from where you were the last couple of years.
trying to make up for.
recapture what he cut last year.
Yeah, we didn't add anything new, right?
Well, he had to cut last year, so.
Yeah, we cut it last year, but it's not anything, we're not, what it was the year before, right?
Well, it's at 2.5 now.
It's at 2.5.
Okay.
Just
Okay,
over.
trying to catch that back up.
Trying to catch that
Okay,
back up.
yes.
How many bids do you ever work on, like for above like grill system?
Last year, we dropped it from 63 to this.
$55, wasn't it? Yeah, $55.79.
Yeah, I mean, if something major happens, they'll be replaced, but, and it's not a lot.
Yes, it is.
That's why I have this sheet, because I can sort of look back and see what's.
I guess we need to, with how numbers are projected here, that doesn't give you much of a cash carryover there. Unless this is a little higher than it needs to be. But.
Angie, janitorial maintenance, contractual can probably go down, and it's been going down steadily, but I've been tracking how much money's come out of contractual. It was 300 last year. My request this year was 200, but I think you can go down to 100. And I guess if there's anything that happens, I think that's still plenty historically. We then just over 50 each year, but you never know what each year is gonna unfold, and that's HVAC and different things like that. Capital outlay, it could probably go down. It was 55 last year, request 30 this year, maybe just go down to 20.
Okay.
So we've already spent 1.5 this year.
Okay, so you're not gonna have much wiggle room there then.
Do you wanna take off 500,000 from line item capital outlay? That still leaves 750,000. Might get it down to 58 mil.
You say 500.
Put it to 750.
Are we anticipating anything in capital outlay?
No, but again, that, usually when I transfer out of that, it goes to the capital improvement plan, which is covering all those radios. I think you guys have a copy of that spreadsheet. We just wanna make sure that we have it funded, you know.
So is that different than your radios system improvements that are budgeted?
Yes. So if you do put 750, what does that look like? You wanna do that or not?
I think we can spare it.
I'd rather cut a little than cut it all, like we did this last year. How much is in there, Mark, right now? How many years is it funded out?
You talking about for, what year are you talking about?
Well, based on that with your, fund sheet that shows the balance, what do we have in it?
Yeah, this year that you gave us the other day.
That, and then the dollars and the funds, you know, the yellow, yeah. Capital improvement reserve is,
Capital improvement, got 7.4 million.
how many years out would that cover us?
2025 got 4 million, 2026 2.2 million, 2027 1.9 million.
So about 3 years?
Of course, is some of this been salary in 2025 or?
Not necessarily. Let me see, what number's that fund number? On the left side of your sheet up there?
This one?
Yeah. What's the fund number?
Well, starting, you talking about January?
No, the fund number, is it like?
Oh, the fund number,
Three.
123.
123. We've spent 5,000 out of it this year, so. So far,
And there's 4 million.
due to be spent.
Yeah.
There's another one.
What's that?
So you guys had a budget for wage increase, 600,000
Uh-huh.
to cover any, like, well, COLA, but you're having everyone budget 3.5%, which is only gonna cover their, like, cost of living.
Right.
And then the 600,000 was for, like, each step, but
And then there for 25 and 26. I mean, are you going to do this?
we haven't really, like, actually been using that money. I mean, we've been just charging each department, and we've transferred that money out, so do you wanna just do away with that right now?
How much is that?
600,000.
For 2025 and 2026.
Oh, okay.
So that'll be 1.2.
I'm curious, what would that do for you?
Because the COLA's already covered.
Yeah. If you built that in, had your departments build that into their budget, then you would already pick that up.
And then,
So,
Another minimal amount.
It's just efficient, I guess.
Yeah, it's been,
Yeah, I think that's, take it out.
I guess
That would take you to 56 if you take that out.
56.
That's damn near the middle, so.
Yeah. Oh, that is a new one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, 600.
Well,
almost
yeah.
2.
going the right way.
I lost my budget. Here it is.
I lost my thought.
We all would, yeah.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, 1 mil is equal to 676
Mhm.
million, so, or 676,000, sorry.
Yeah, don't scare everybody. You spent that much?
Valuation 676.
I don't think we can go any further.
I don't wanna see us do what we did last
I
year.
don't either.
This just makes it worse.
Harder next year.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you say, because it probably needs to be out there, for each mill on $100,000, what is that cost? On someone's
$11.50.
Yeah.
$11.50.
Yeah.
So,
So we're at 56.475.
Like she said, you can always propose it and kind of work on a little bit. But
Yeah, but
close.
I think we're getting pretty close. I don't know what else.
We can keep going and look at noxious weed reimbursement. We want to keep going, because there's no reimbursement built in for noxious weed.
If that's,
But previously, you levied $468 in, well, you got $468 in 2024, and then you levied $288. I'm talking about noxious weed, which
Yeah.
is on page 15. Right now, we've got for 2025? Yeah. So that could, but you also don't want to. Hold on. That's just your levy. You need to go down as a reimbursed expense. It's the next page. Yeah. I'm actually now. Which they're not even at the 1.5. So,
yeah, I can't even.
do we wanna go ahead and build that in there? I mean, even if it's 250. Cause that won't levy any tax for noxious weed if we do that. We don't wanna do that. Cause then if you don't levy enough, because they are on a cash decrease, then it's gonna get to the point where there's not going to be any money coming in through the mill levy.
I think we had that problem a few years ago.
Okay. You don't wanna create that again, okay. So it was just leave it how it is and not.
So right now we're at 56.45.
Or, yeah, or
Oh, right,
5.
it's after I'm sorry. $56.475.
Mark, how much is in community improvement?
Community improvement. Community improvement reserve, 3.9 million. 300.
Okay. Come out of the general for community improvement if you wanted to. I think we have $1 million budgeted for it. I wouldn't do a whole lot of,
I just want to see how we can do that. I think we're setting ourselves up for disaster?
It's only a little bit, but I know you would double the utilities. But looking in the past to cover this building, I guess everything but the jail was, in '24 it was 115, I don't know what it is this year. If you doubled it, went to 300 instead of 360, Angie, do you think?
Let me look and see what we have spent so far just on this building.
I mean, it's only a little bit, but a little bit here, and a little bit there.
We spent 44 to date, but we're just now getting into the heat of the summer.
So that also takes into account January, February, and the winter months, which probably.
That's on gas.
Is it gas? Okay. Is it, do you know what the total was? Well, that's for right now. So it's 115 last year. I think the new building would be hopefully efficient. Its new construction has hopefully higher SEER rated equipment. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, we could try to put that down to
300.
maybe, well, if we did 115 last year. 250.
Can I see that?
250, 275.
I was gonna throw out 300 or 280.
I think that's the newest one.
And that,
Should we try to keep it in our calendar?
Well, I think that's why I've got.
That knocks it down a little bit.
Crap on my disk. You want me to clean it up for you? I may need some help.
You guys are a fireman, you know. You will.
56.356 if we take that down to 280 for the utilities.
You could take another 500,000 off of, well, or 250 off of community improvement, and you'd still have 750,000 if you wanted to do that. Or 300,000 off and then 700 to budget.
But how much have we read out of that from this year so far?
415,000 so far this year.
Yeah.
You have just under 600 left, 584.
Every little bit helps. I think we could put a little bit.
So what number do you think? From $1 million?
I can give you an idea, a little bit.
200?
Make it 800,000?
Yeah, let's see how that is.
I'm sorry. This is yours, mine somewhere. And what was that?
Not a blur.
So now you're at 56.060. 56.060, and that's with taking 200,000 off of the community improvement.
Did you take anything from noxious weed?
I did not end up doing anything with noxious weed. Their reimbursed expense is not included in 25 or 26, but I'm afraid if we include it, it's gonna take them down so that nothing would be levied, and that could set them up to not a good situation.
Okay.
And that's 200,000 off of community improvement reserve, is that correct?
Not off the reserve, it'd be off the general.
It's on 6F.
You'll
okay.
still have the 3-4 or 339?
389.
Okay, so you still have that, that's separate, this would be in the general, we'll budget 800,000.
And that's 19.
Yeah, 6.
It's on 6F. Towards the top of the page.
Capital outlay, we reduced that down to 750.
Chopping a lot of wood already.
Yeah. Sure glad you give them guys a living appointment, that's a good idea. Sorry.
And just looking at things on the risk management, it looks like it hasn't been touched this year. Can we take a look from that, or?
That's our reserve for, if we go over the stop loss. And yeah, we haven't touched any of that at all.
We don't want to. We don't want to.
Yeah, we don't want to. That's what, we had looked at employee benefits, and we've already spent, what did I say, 1.5
out
this year.
of, yeah.
So I'm afraid to chop any more
We're
out
gonna
of
have
employee
to
benefits.
dip into it.
We started out at 63.254, and we're down to 56.06.
Gained a lot.
I mean, is the landfill, do they give you this 50,000 as a request,
Mhm.
or is that just?
What we're looking at now is just shy of an 8% increase. Which is better than about 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a 20% hit on property.
Should have had half of it last year.
15.
It was,
Should have had half of it last year.
we should have. Hindsight's always 20/20. Right.
And I voted for it.
Well, I do too.
Just publish that and try to pull them down.
We can. I'm comfortable where we're at now.
I'd like to be lower, just, to help with the burden of things that are going on. I think the economy's gonna get better, things are gonna get better, and that's gonna help. But just to give us a little bit of time, maybe talk to our department heads to see if they can whittle a little bit and go on that wants and needs that I've talked about before.
Right.
Right. But I think part of the increase, Todd, is trying to get back a little bit from last year that we cut.
I understand that. R&R's nice if you could do it, but more realistically, I think doing a CPI is a lot better.
Yeah.
I'm looking back at last year.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Because I don't know, I mean,
Oh, I know.
You'll just have to.
Everybody thought that had a good sound to it, but it's not the answer. Not when costs are rising.
Well, we're fortunate utilities have an increase in valuation this year. They would have gone down,
Oh,
this
they-
would be a.
Okay. Are we good then, for now?
Yeah, that's fine. Just trying to figure out how to keep that under 56, but. Like 55.999.
Okay, I'll get
He just got a huge point there, don't he?
Department head meetings, see what they can whittle in every little bit. Yep. I think you guys have all said and signed the vouchers and everything. Every now and then hasn't been that much.
Yeah, I don't,
But, I just really would like them to look at it. Well, maybe we don't need this issue.
So do we wanna touch base on rural fire quickly and just, I'll show you where they're at, and then you guys can decide. Angie had a request from them, and so that's really what this is based upon, but, the revenue neutral rate for rural fire would be 1.747. Based on their request, they're at 1.851. So of course that puts them over, which then they would have to go through the same process that the county would go through. But you can see here, the cash balance starting 2024 was $94, and then that's taxes that came in, and then was paid out $1,094,000 to give cash carryover of $78. So based on numbers projected for 2025, this was what their request was for 2025. It's going to give an ending cash carryover into 2026 of $3. And so their request was this 1.278. So on this one, you'd also have to go through the notification to the clerk and the revenue neutral rate process as well, if it was to stay at this.
say that again.
Because it's exceeding the RNR, you would have to notify the clerk by July 20th of what the mills are that you're wanting, since it's gonna exceed that RNR.
It exceeded R&R last year.
Yes. Which I think, they had come and talked to you guys, and there was a need for some equipment in the near future, and so they were trying to kind of build up a little bit of
Right.
reserve for that, so.
It's 1/10 of a mil, right?
Yeah.
Roughly 68,000.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a safe, it's in the.
Yeah.
Well,
I agree.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Then I'll get those over to you.
You got
and
the
then
pixie
you-
dust over there to sprinkle on it, help us out a little bit.
See what I can do.
Did pretty good here.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing, it's like.
Just in the general fund.
So are you done with this for a minute?
I'm not with it.
Okay.
You have to call the shots here, so.
So why don't we take a 5-minute break and we'll come back at 12:14.
You need a motion?
I don't think we do.
I mean, I can just take it off,
Louis here, and he's not screaming, so we're good.
You shut this off.
Yeah.
I think that's a really good thought. Right. Yeah, that's a similar. Hey, you should have said 1%.
Okay, breakfast like later. See, I have mine still stuck in yours up there. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
about you guys,
Perfect.
so.
We're trying to keep.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
No, I appreciate that.
I went home and practiced, there's some step things marked on my list.
Okay, well, just let me know and I can send you updated.
Do you have one of these? I'm not sure.
You got one? Maybe not. I can't tell.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'd have a headache if I was.
This is the. Yeah.
Okay, better late than never. CFS saving Yanas. Discussion regarding infrastructure at Veto property. Good afternoon.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's good. I like the education that I receive every time I come and learn something new about the county and everything you guys got to deal with. So I am here. Wade had reached out to me to come. You all had some interest in looking at least some of my thoughts on the Veto Junction site with where things are at now. After Dr. Wyatt came and gave you guys the update from at least on the CHIPS Act. And I had a discussion with Jenny, your Economic Development Director, a few weeks ago, or a couple of weeks ago. I think after a few of you expressed some initial thoughts on what might be what we need to do up here. And so I guess I can share my thoughts, and I think I alluded to this maybe the last time I was in, that there, aside from the CHIPS Act project, at least that one not moving forward, at least at this time, this site still is an excellent location for an industrial park or a development. And because of the county's investments that you've made so far, you're in a great position to continue to move this forward. Just to be honest with you, it is an asset that you all can build upon. I don't think that's debatable, to be honest with you. So the question that was asked of me was, what can we do to look at the site, maybe with some modification from the last plan that could also give some opportunities for still there to be development that could be an industrial park, but also could have some other uses in there. And the other request that was that Jenny made and then Wade expressed to me was this idea that we could, in essence, kind of break the entire property up into land uses that could be more effective for different type of development. One of the discussions was leaving the very nice property home that exists there where we had already bordered it out, kind of making that, going up and capturing the lagoon that's up to the north as a property, if you kind of go where the mouse is, and then the lake, and then carry that almost as its own piece of property over to the creek. So I'm just using this as an example.
I think something that we had talked about, correct me guys if I'm wrong,
Okay.
that, can we get back to that picture?
Where do I have it?
Up there?
I hit the button and I didn't mean to.
That leaves the whole thing upward, does that mean this is something I'm doing?
Here we are.
So, like where that,
Okay, here we go.
where that car is right there, yeah. There's a hedgerow there, east of where that is carved out now.
Right there.
Some of the discussions we had was, move that line, if we're gonna sell a chunk out with the house, that east line should include that tree row. So be just slightly east of that tree row, and whether you go up there and you move the lagoon closer, or whether we cut across, like you're going there now, and then go west of that other tree line, a straight line, whatever that takes, so that these people would know if it's someone who's not an industrial person, they're gonna have 2 tree rows as a barrier, a buffer for their property. And that's things that, in my mind, you kind of kicked around is, do we spend the money to move that lagoon closer to it, or we just move the line up there and catch it? That, or at least, correct me guys, is that kind of what we were talking about
Yes.
previously?
We talked about both, about going above the lagoon and also about moving the lagoon. And I'm not sure that we've ever came to a conclusion on that.
Yeah, but that's kind of what our
So
thoughts were.
what we could do for you, I mean, just to kind of cut the chase, that I was kind of catching a little bit of that from Jenny and from Wade. And we can redraw a couple of options for you, just with like property, what might be property lines based on this discussion. And then I can bring those back to you to take a look at. One thing that I know way back in the beginning, before we even got further into the site development, my thought is, based on what you're describing, we would, if you remember, with the last land use or drawings we had the access road real close in here to the industrial park. Okay, we would take a look at moving that somewhere over here.
Right.
Okay. Now we'll need to look at site distance, and we'll need to look at the old 50, the road itself. But I think we even had, I just had our folks start looking, but I think we had at one time an access road to the industrial area over here. So we can put together a 2D sketch that kind of gives you a lay of the land of what might be options.
And the access road, actually, where the tree line is, right there, I mean, the access road could be anywhere on the east side of that tree line.
Yes, yes,
Could it
yeah,
not?
it could, and
I guess that was a question, I'm sorry.
no, you're exactly right. And the big issue I would want to look at is the terrain of Old 50, because where you bring that drive out, you don't want to have a site distance.
Right.
So we would just need to kind of look and see where's the best location.
Yeah, so if we went there east of the, just east
Yeah.
of the tree row for our division, or for a piece we would cut out, then would it be feasible to put, like you say, if the road isn't in a bad spot for a hill or whatever there, if we put the access right in the middle of that, would there be room for a development west of that and a development east of that?
Oh, yes,
If we put the road in the middle?
in the middle somewhere here, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't foresee any problem there. I don't. I mean,
unless
there's enough property here, with the acreage that you all own. Now, the only thing I want to go back to our engineer, if you remember, we kind of did a full grading look at the site. So it would be a matter of looking at the grading and how it might lay, but to make it most cost effective, we were kind of always looking toward, typically to save you money is how we balance dirt, moving it from one part of the site to another part of the site. So I won't go into that level of detail. I think we first get you a sketch that just shows how you might break these into parcels, so to speak. And my first sense, again, I was looking at it, the drawing that Wade gave me here, just this simple, it's an older version of one we had, that, my first thought is just leave the lagoon where it is. It seems like there's plenty of acreage to the north there that you could do something with, rather than have the expense of moving the lagoon.
So just,
Yeah.
so just go north of the.
Yeah,
lagoon
just go
and
like somewhere
straight-
right across from here.
Straight
Yeah.
west
Yeah.
to the creek area and then down to Lakes Road.
Yeah, and historically, that was my thought was that people would have room to plant a row of trees along the north line then, if they
Yeah.
so wished, you know.
Yeah, the only thought I had too that may differ from what you all are saying is, I saw this, area, west of the creek as kind of its own lot. So you could just basically have a lot that would go up the creek line over like this, down your tree line that you're wanting, and then leave this as a separate
That's what
developable
we were
piece of
talking
property.
about.
Okay, okay.
We'd like to just, in my mind, make a straight line that includes all the trees.
The timber,
Yeah. So those people are assured that that buffer's gonna stay there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't, at one time, we talked about including that whole thing to the west, and I don't see the point of doing that. We've got road frontage there on the west side. I think we need to keep our options open
I actually
there.
think too that, if I remember from some of the discussions we were having with the bigger project before, that, you know, if you think about it, and there's a need for housing in the county, there still is a need for housing in the county. Looking at how this property might lay out, if the industrial park moves forward, and with the lay of the land and the tree lines, this could be an area for housing. It could be an area for any type of use like that. You have a good county road. You have a tree line that would buffer it from any kind of industrial use. Again, I'm just giving you the idea that it could be, and it becomes almost a separate development area opportunity.
Yeah, or maybe more industrial for
It
the
could
north
be.
end of the property.
Absolutely, could be
Bordering that west
could be
road.
any of them, but it doesn't have to be related at all. In fact, if you remember on the previous work we done, that's kind of why we avoided this property. It was one you were going to need. If you were going to try to connect the two, you're going to need a bridge. You're going to need a little more infrastructure than you probably don't need to spend right now.
But for the property, you could just follow the tree line correctly. I mean, just down to the corner of,
I think you could just go like this.
yeah,
Right on down.
and just end up right there in the corner.
You could almost probably do the property line, you know, in the middle of the tree line or in the creek, center of the creek. And that's done all the time, and both get the benefit of the tree line buffer. And you,
If we include it with the property, then they're assured those trees,
yeah.
all of those trees
Then they're
are
not gonna
gonna
have
stay there.
destruction of habitat through there, you know, and they got the buffer, and they know where their property line is on that, if you just draw a line straight across it.
Okay.
Let them, because I don't think a development's gonna want the trees, they're gonna tear them out.
yeah. Well, we can, I mean, we can come up with a couple of options for you, and we could even put a rough cost if you wanted to relocate this closer down. It doesn't, seems like it's an additional expense you don't, I think you have enough property to the north.
Yes. And that would give that property a nice
Nice area.
area.
Yeah.
Could you look at it and see what we gain from it property-wise versus an expense of moving it?
We can look at that.
With the prevailing winds, it doesn't need to be that far away from the house.
No. I think the other thing that came to mind when I was talking to Jenny was, and I think I alluded to this on one of my earlier visits with you all, is that I think we're at a point too where I told her I was going to put together a list of, I mean, you guys have heard me talk about these items before, but the infrastructure items that you all really need to consider doing, we kind of need to get those on the table in front of you. And that would be water, sewer. Real quickly on the water, we're going to have a call with Carl and Jenny tomorrow, our engineers, we're trying to, now that the TEM site isn't going to move in the form it was, we're going to try to get a level of agreement about what level of use we want to agree upon, if you want to, you know, for growth, so that we're in agreement. And then we can kind of wrap up that study for water use. You know, again, we're accounting for a growth of population in the county as well as growth of business in the county. But water, sewer, and then, your roadway network inside of this site, whether the industrial park, you know, that work, but, also the improvements to Old 50 and 75, really, those are the 4 items that really need to begin to move.
How do we make a projection now of where we need those roads and what size of sewer we need? Now, I mean, my fear is that we spend money to, you know, shovel ready. I understand that's a big thing about getting these projects, but how do you go about determining where you put that road?
So,
It affects somebody that wants to come in there. I mean, we've got a lot of area.
yeah.
There should be able to accommodate somebody, but on the other, you know, I understand the need for it, but I hate spending money, and
So-
we don't know if some of it might be tore out.
Yeah, I think that the answer is, in our technical engineering world, what we're gonna do is, we can do a layout of an industrial park. And we can lay out, you know, based on what we know are the I'll call it the types of uses that may take place in this part of rural Kansas. So that would be the size of those buildings, the type of employment, we do all that. And that gives us an ability to estimate usage, water, sewer. And then we build in some conservative cushion on that for growth, because we don't know what those businesses are gonna be. We do the same thing for the traffic, because we need to kind of guesstimate, okay, how many people, you know, unlike TEM, where we had a list of a number of shifts of employees and things like that, we now need to look at that a little differently and do some estimating so that we can know what the road improvements need to be as well. So we actually, there's a way to calculate, and do we know it exactly? No, we don't, because we don't know who all's gonna buy, but what we can do is start to place size of square footage of types of buildings, types of uses that would be appropriate for this type of industrial park, and we can estimate some volumes from that and go from there.
So last week, we met with Craig Van Way, I mean, and he was talking about having certified sites, and part of that had to do with the infrastructure in place. So is that just water and electricity, or does that include sewer and roads?
It usually, honestly, the first thing is, it includes sewer and roads too.
Okay.
It does, because.
And that's to have certified sites, is that correct?
Yeah. For certain, water and sewer. Roads, though, come quickly because they're gonna wanna know, once a developer comes and says, I wanna be on this piece of property.
So water and sewer.
Yeah.
So we're still pushing to get, part of this plan would be to get water from
Yes.
Meridazine Valley.
Yes.
And that's part of the
Because
study.
in my mind, that's, maybe I've got the wrong take on this, but our water's limited here, and I'm not talking about today, but 50, 100 years down the road, we need to get tapped in to that water supply for economic growth in this area on down the road, or population growth. You know, if cities do, Kansas City does continue to keep growing, if this becomes more populated, that's not gonna make more water run down the Neosho River.
Right. All I'll say, and Carl can correct me, but in our meetings with the Kansas Water Office, it is very clear that the Neosho River Basin it serves a tremendous amount of southeast Kansas. And so for the type of growth that you want to happen in Coffee County, we need to look at other sources.
They just used the word, it's very tight.
Yeah.
They never card out, they'll never lay a card out to say
Right.
how tight. But to their water models, they just go, there's not a lot there to deal with. They've always encouraged us to always look at the Marion, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's exactly right.
And then we have
Yes.
options off of the Meridazine, whether
Yeah.
it's water rights or water marketing contract.
And then
And
when
we
we
have
get.
two different ways in which to do that.
Correct.
Okay.
And it
So-
goes back to how we try to have a vision.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be more feasible to draw water from the Meridazine instead of from the Neosho?
I didn't hear you, Todd.
Taking water from the Meridazine Basin instead of the Neosho?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, it's always, That's what we was looking at the first package anyway, when we started.
Right. I just wanted to make sure that you know, we were looking at a lot of demand when we first started talking about
Oh, yes.
I want to make sure that we're still
We are.
working to make that happen with
Yeah.
whatever we need to do.
I think the other thing too, that generally speaking, we've found in the county is you don't really have a redundant system. So when something goes awry with your water supply, you don't have a way to back it up. And so when we were looking at Veto Junction all along, that was another reason it made sense to go north. Because even if you get some support from the Neosho Basin, it's not, in our opinion, going to be sufficient to sustain a redundant system.
Because the whole issue was that the Nardazine could supply the water, but the infrastructure for providing that wasn't there.
Correct.
Correct.
That's a very fair statement.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And they talked to us about both, the water marketing contract, which is right off of the lake, and then the water rights, which is right off of the river.
Right. There's some good options that are on the table.
Right.
That we can look at.
How far out are we from having that water study being completed?
I'm hoping to be complete by the end of July. So
we're close.
we're close, yeah. We're
Okay.
trying to get the last pieces from the different districts. And like I said, with the meeting we're gonna have internally with Carl and Jenny tomorrow, it's more to say, with TEM not moving forward, we wanna reach a level of agreement that here's the amount of growth we wanna anticipate, so that when we bring the study to you, there's not a internal debate about why didn't you have more, we can explain it a little bit more. Honestly, when TM was moving forward, we kind of had a target.
Sure.
And now we're trying to just make sure we're covering that.
On the water study, are we focusing on the north end of the county basically, or is it county-wide?
It's county-wide,
So it includes southern part of the county,
Yes.
Ridley, Leroy area
Yes.
and everything?
Yeah. I will tell you, I think we're gonna be a little more robust information on the north end.
Right.
But yes, we've reached out to all of them.
As one of the people with Rural Water District there at Ridley, my understanding is there was a proposal at one time that water, they made a big line and go all the way to the South County line. Like, this was years back,
Wow.
you know.
I was gonna say, even the water guys up at the water office didn't talk about that. I mean,
Right.
they've let us in on a lot of different things over time.
I mean, that was a proposal, somebody was trying to make happen, just because of the abundance of water up there and trying to help supply this part of the county.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting, no, that would be new information, so.
Yeah.
But
With the show ready, you spoke of water, sewer, electricity, what about gas into that?
there's actually gas fairly close to the line, yeah, so.
But are you figuring on bringing that in, 'cause that may be a panhandle or whatever it is now, tapping their line, that could be.
It's a good point. We probably need to do a little more consideration and digging into that as well. My experience is typically like a developer, that water and sewer is kind of the first driver, and then
Right.
sort out from there. But I did want to come back to the roadways for a minute too, because I think it would make sense. So if you remember going back, and I know we've turned over some commissioners, but when the county had the project to do the improvements on Old 50, we actually, that original project was to go all the way to 75. We removed a mile because we thought that this project was gonna go faster, to be honest with you, and that we were concerned that we would be making the widening improvements to Old 50 in this section, and then ripping them out when the industrial park got built. Which I don't think I've been doing this a long time, I don't think anybody wants to do that. You spend money and then rip it out. So I say that because I think it would make sense to get started on looking at the traffic analysis for an industrial park and the types of uses we're discussing here today, and what that might look like for Old 50 and for 75. Because there are dollars in KDOT, there are programs that at least and it takes time, it would allow us to move the needle a little bit with on behalf of the county to say, we may want to go back to KDOT and say, hey, we want to do a local program share again for this piece, now that we know we're going to move forward. And it's just, I think, but those things take time, so.
To finish out that Highway 50.
Yes, Highway 50,
Yeah.
and the intersection at 75.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we're, wanting to develop an industrial site, would the state be willing to improve that road a bunch, to make it with shoulders and what have you, to clear to
So-
that mile intersection?
I don't want to speak for them, but I think what we would do is we would conduct a traffic study that would go to the state. We would go meet with the state on your behalf, based on an industrial park that's built out. It's a requirement how they do it, and we have to do a 25-year model of how it would grow, and then show what the impacts would be, and then as long as we reached a level of agreement on what those improvements would be based on the growth, then we could move forward with KDOT.
I mean, we know there's not a lot, there's a fair amount of traffic on it now, but
Yes.
say all that growth would have to be built
Yeah,
into that
yeah.
to justify it, I suppose.
I see quite a bit of complaints over that 1 mile that's not been widened. So if we could proceed with this, that would be good and take care of that.
Well,
Particularly we're gonna need it sometime.
Right, and the reason it was held out was just exactly for that, was there was no reason to do that mile and then have to come back in.
Make big turn
Make
lanes
a
or
big
whatever
turn
the
lane,
case
yeah.
may be, yeah.
But that is a nice stretch of highway then from
From there
Lakeside.
on, yes, and there is, some heavy truck traffic on there because they can't get on the interstate. Can't go over 80,000 on the interstate, so there's a lot of traffic goes into Emporia on that road. And that would increase some if that mile was better too,
Yeah,
I would say.
yeah.
On that 5075 junction there, I can't remember what the plans were for that. Was
So initially, with the TEM and that project, we had a signal going in there with turn lanes and all that, and then we had a signal, when the access road was here,
yes.
we had a signal here with turn lanes, and we had a improved intersection here.
Okay.
We also had, I call them acceleration, deceleration lanes that went each direction here for quite a ways, because you got that hill, there's hills, the sight
Right.
distance is tricky. And again, KDOT may weigh in on, do we want a signal on 75? They may want us to look at something different. I don't know. We never took it that far because we were waiting on the results of the CHIPS Act process. But I do think that's an area that probably needs to advance, even while we're looking at water and
Yeah, I
sewer.
do too.
But I think for action items, I can certainly have our folks come up with just, I'll call it a two-dimensional, how the lots would look, something similar to this. But we'll change it to match the discussion today. And then what I'll also do is, if it's okay with you based on this discussion, I'll put together kind of you guys usually ask me to do proposal, that type of thing. I'll put together a proposal of work that may need to be done, and then you all can review that and we can discuss it, and then you tell me when you want us to go. So, but that would be, those are my general thoughts. So, but I think it's, I think you guys are on the right track. I mean, I'm not just saying. I mean, I think it's a really good move, and to look at this, because of what I recall before even we got way down the road with CHIPS, was there's a lot of reasons why this proximity to I-35, and it's really not that far from the metro area, that it could be a really successful. You have 2 truck stops.
You got rail, right?
You have rail
There, if
right
that
to
ever
the
gets
north.
developed.
So there's a lot of possibility for this location.
So Aidan, could you also, when you was making those maps, kind of show where proximity is to the gas lines that Todd was asking about?
Yeah.
Some of our talks, we talked
Yeah.
about there's 2 lines up there.
Yeah, I will do that. I know in the packet that Wade gave me that apparently we did, so here's a gas line through the side. So we have some sketches. I can include those when I come back, and we'll do that. And then we actually, on the roadmap, we broke several of these down by kind of phases. So let me take a look at that too and see how we might provide that back to you. I mean, it's possible, for example, in the development phase, like when you mentioned water, sewer, and roads, you only build the access road in the first piece of road, even though you got a plan for a layout. Whoever goes in, whatever roadway they need to get in and out, that's the only piece you might build to start with, and then you have a plan to build it out as no different than any commercial subdivision or residential.
Is there funds available to help with trying to get the roads and the infrastructure?
I don't know about inside the park. That would be more to be to be honest with you, on you all as the property owner. But certainly there is a discussion to be had on Old 50 and 75. Absolutely. Yeah. In fact, I'm not talking out of turn. One last comment on that. KDOT in their last local consult, when they do their 2-year program looking at future projects, even though we had not heard on the CHIPS project yet, they have 75 this location kind of in their long-range plan. So it would be, I'll put it this way, it's on the horizon, it's on their list. It doesn't mean it's funded, it just means they're aware of it. So they know there's a possibility for something to happen here, which that's actually a good thing, that it's on their, kind of on their radar.
So on a different topic, what's the status of the road at the airport?
So the latest I've heard from our inspectors is the wet weather has kept them from doing much of any work. They haven't let the soil dry out. They had a couple days of work when we were down here, but I went by there this morning, I didn't see anything going on. So that's I'm getting those reports from our inspectors on the project.
So the inspector, is that from the state, or who's that?
No, our firm. We're there on your behalf for the road.
So nothing's really progressed up there?
Not significantly.
Did we ever hear back about using the rest of that CDBG grant to push it to the north?
We haven't heard back yet. We're still waiting for that response.
And that water study that's gonna be done the end of July will encompass that facility also?
Yes.
I mean, this is great. This is a wonderful idea. This is gonna take years.
Yeah.
We got a site at the airport, needs a road down it, and we can have build sites pretty quick.
Yeah.
We're sending the lady to Atlanta next month to promote growth in the county. We have no sites that are ready to go. So.
Well, as long as, I mean, with good outcome from CDBG, and good weather, I would hope we can get this road built.
But it's not gonna take very long to build it.
No. I think originally we had like a 2.5 month schedule for the first piece, and then.
There's a contract now with a contractor?
Oh, yes.
Is there a time frame established in that contract?
Yeah, I might have to pull up the contract. I just dropped it off with Angie, so let's say it was 100 and.
Yes, that's who it was with.
Kilo, yeah. I'm just looking at the work days. Well, give me a moment, I'll find it and we'll report back to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's no problem.
I didn't know if there was a time frame on those grants that had to be done by, and I understand the wet part perfectly, I build houses.
Yeah,
So-
I remember talking to you before on that,
So, I get it, but.
Let me look up the work days, I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, other questions, I'll be happy to, I know what my marching orders are, so.
You're doing good.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you, Savory.
So, Mr. Matthew, would you like to visit with us?
Sure. God bless you. How are you all?
That's wonderful.
Get my notes here. As you can see, I'm a public speaker. I really appreciate you all letting me come in. I'd like to come in and just make a statement about 2 or 3 things, give you all a little bit of an update on our business, and also tell you interest we have in this as well, and kind of probably help out with some misnomers to kind of give some for your constituents and for yourselves about what we do, why we're here, how we're doing things of that nature. So thank you all for your time and letting me come in here and talk to you. My name is Bart Massey, and I'm the CEO of Secure Semiconductor Manufacturing, the building at the airport, and also the leased building in Levo. And both places are semi-operational right now. We won't be in full operations until the end of this year, Lord willing. I hope that it's fully functional by that time. May take a little bit longer. We've had very good fortune in a lot of ways. Some of it has happened through misfortune, and I think that happens sometimes. And I'll try to explain to you. But as we go through this, if y'all have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer those privately if you all don't mind. I'll be more than happy to sit with you, because part of what I wanted to do today was thank you all as a group for being visionaries, for looking forward. TEM, well, I was hopeful to see them come through with this, and hopefully they'll be able to in some regard down the road. FLMST, Capital Management Group, is the company that owns Secure Semiconductor Manufacturing. FLMST is also the group that had applications in the CHIPS Act. We still have applications in the CHIPS Act. We have not been denied. That, just to let you all know. SSM has no federal money in it other than federal loans. We are private. We are here. We're building. We've already been hiring people from Coffee County that are working there full time right now, and great people, intelligent people. We're so glad that we've been able to locate here. It was an opportunity. I'm from Kentucky. Obviously, you could tell from the tattooed accent I have that I'm not from here. And I always cut up with people. They ask me what the difference in Kansas and Kentucky is, and I said, well, I come from the mountains. And people from Kansas have a strange accent. So, and they always get a kick out of that. My brother is a doctor and moves from place to place, and his voice changes as he goes from place to place. How he does it, I have no idea. I've got this, I'm stuck with it. So, but it's obvious when I talk to people, they know I'm not from Kansas. But I will say this, I love it. First time I stepped foot in Kansas was 3 years ago. We started working on the accounting side of this. It took a long time. A lot of people, including Lane Saban, and you all know, it took 1.5 years. We were thinking it was going to take 4 or 5 months. We, through fortitude and will, we went through that. So we got funding that we needed, and I moved over here more or less full time. I go home 4 or 5 days, and I'm here for a month, so I'm here full time. And we're living in and operating out of the house that you all have been discussing. It is almost exactly halfway between Levo, the old facility there, and the new facility that we're building on 75. So the location has been good for us. We also looked at the area to the east, where the green area is. Blake's got his mouse on it. Right in there, if we ever did get CHIPS funding, or if we decide to, through through really just growth to be able to expand into the semiconductor part, and that's where we had put in to originally have that building built. So it makes it handy for us being at that house and having a location there. I know at the industrial park, I want to say this, I think that what you all have done, like I said, I think you all have been visionaries with this. I know sometimes you all get heat from people, your constituency, people in public and stuff. The people that don't take chances never succeed. People that don't have goals never reach goals. And I don't know any person that has been successful in life that hasn't failed before. Y'all are humans, but you all are doing what is right for the people the way I see it. I'm here building this. We're small. It's a small company. We put $20 million into Coffee County. We're hiring people. We're going to grow. It's not 600 people off the bat. We are going to grow though. And what we're doing is looking at your children and at your grandchildren. This is going to outlive me. It's going to outlive my place in the organization. And that's a good thing. And we intend on expanding as this happens. You all have been good, but we are also want to share with this. We are a greenfield. We are young. We're a startup business. We're doing well with our finances and our building prospects and everything right now, but we don't have limited or unlimited amounts of money. What I wanted to ask today is for you all to consider one of three things. We need to know something relatively quickly because the lease that we have on that is finished August the 31st. Now we have a lot in there. We've been operating for the better part of a year as our headquarters in that location. So I need to know relatively soon if we need to pack, if I need to find another house, another location, build one, whatever I need to do. And if that location is going to be feasible for us to expand onto sometime down the road. So we have a lot of options, but we also have, some of it's dependent on how things play out over the next few months because, as you all know, if we have to move out, it's going to take a little bit of time to do that. Growing a business at the same time and everything else is going to be a little bit of time. So if you all could give us, we either would like to extend the lease, we'd like to look at the possibility of purchasing the land possibly and the house, or get an eviction notice. but we need to know. Preferably, I'd like us to be there. Our board of directors would like to be there. And like I said, we've come in here in good faith and are building that site there. And just to give you a couple things that people misnomers, one of them has been that this is CHIPS program. This is federally funded. It is not privately funded. This is privately funded. Number two, is it semiconductors? No, not yet. It will be. That's what the place, this place at Veto, that's what we're wanting to move into. We're wanting to move into packaging and some other items there, which is the next step in what we're doing. We do build bare boards, like you see in computers, televisions, everything, light switches, you name it. We build those boards from the ground up. So we're one of the first ones to come back to the United States in 44 years. Now we also, this is another thing that makes us strange other than being 100% American owned and financed and employees, 100% American born citizens, is that we have also what's called an SMT, a surface mount technology line. So we can build the boards, go on your phones or whatever, and we can also populate them with the equipment that goes on it. So you have almost a full realm of possibilities with people we're working with there. Now there were over 3,000 shops in the United States in 1990 that build the bare boards. To our understanding, there is around 60 in the United States now. The vast majority of them have aluminium, like I said, I think that ours is unique. We do have customers. What ended up happening, that's got us postponed it out till the end of the year until we're in full production is something that was, I think was, by God's grace in some ways. We had a small, line that was in Levo, and it was too small to build out what we needed and to match out, the scale of what we were wanting to do. We started researching, trying to find what we were going to do to expand that out, and it's very expensive. The equipment to do this is incredibly expensive. I mean, some parts being as much as $3 to $5 million are just very, very expensive. We started looking, and we found a company that had been purchased by a company in Italy on the East Coast, and they were moving and leaving their equipment here. And we made a bid on it and got it. And at the same time, we heard about a company on the West Coast that had been purchased by a company in Texas that builds electric motors, and they said, we're going to move you all down there and put new equipment in. So they had that equipment. So we made bids on it, and we also purchased it. So we've had 56 semi-truckloads of equipment delivered to Coffee County. Some of it's in Levo right now. Some of it's at the airport, some of it's in other places. But we never dreamed that we would be this size. We never dreamed of it. We are not a small board house at this point. We'll be a medium board house, which is pretty big for the United States, if you want to know the truth. You don't really get into large board houses except for 2 or 3 in the United States until you get into Asia. So it gives us real opportunities. The other thing with the 2 board houses, they did 2 separate things. By pulling those together, it magnified the number of things that we're going to be able to do here. So we are going to put in the basic lines with the customers we have right now. And we're going to put in place some of the other equipment that we'll expand into down the road. And that'll allow us to be able to pull more customers with expanded needs into this. So, Lord willing, right now we're not on time. We're on budget, but there was some changes. But I feel like we're in really good shape. I want to thank you all for your support, for continuing to be leaders and pushing these things forward. I know that it's been with everything with the CHIPS Act, not all of it going through. That brings a little bit of heat from some people. But I want to say this. A lot of times the people who complain the most are the ones that do the least. I mean that from my heart. I've figured that out in my life.
Absolutely.
So, with that in mind, you all keep your visions forward. Do the good work that you've been doing. We're going to do our work and try our best to grow as quickly as we can, but do that in a format that makes sure that we're here for the long haul and to be a part of your community. So, thank you all. We appreciate your consideration on the house. Let us know, if we can meet with you and if you have any questions that we can expand on with that. But we really appreciate your help. Appreciate your consideration on this. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Mark, real quick question, since you were here for the savings presentation.
Yeah.
Sectioning off the house and adding that boundary, is that a non-starter for?
Not really. I mean, it's not a non-starter. It's like I was mentioning before, we have the money that we've got needs to go toward operations and needs to go toward employment and things of that nature. This has been really good for our headquarters with the in-between. It's beneficial for us. I don't have endless amounts of money to spend on it. If it comes down to making options, I'll live in a tent and make sure the factory's going. Right. That's what I'm saying. But no, that's definitely not a non-starter. I mean, we have no need for the pond or the creek or any of that stuff. I do have a tractor and a bush hog, so we can keep it clean, but
Right.
Thank you. Since you were here, you heard the conversation.
Mike, I want to let you know, 120 working days on the furniture. Starting when?
I'd have to check with our inspector. We started the clock, but then the weather days don't count. So, they had a notice to proceed back, a month and a half ago, but then we've had all this rain, so there's really not much to tell you. I'll double check and check.
So, thank you.
If you all have anything else, I'll leave you all alone if you don't.
Thank you very
No,
much,
thank
sir.
you all.
Good to see you.
And we-
Appreciate everything.
We appreciate your interest in Coffee County very much.
I like it here. I do. It's a good place, and we're glad to be here. I'm honored to come here and speak to you all today about it. And we live it day and night. You know, it's a good proposition, and I think with what we're doing here, I think it's almost bait for having other companies like us to look at this area for us. So I hope it does something good for you all in the process of this as well.
Yes, sir.
We do too.
Well, you have already, so we appreciate it.
We appreciate you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Barb.
Take care, Rob.
Be safe.
I think you guys are done with me.
Thanks for coming on short notice.
Well, are we ready for the roundtable? Do you have anything else that we haven't completed, is there?
That's a lot.
Pardon me?
That's a lot.
It was a day. Do you have anything for us?
I do, but I can bump it a week.
Whatever. You wanna wait a week?
No, we might as well proceed on.
It's a short executive session with a legal update on this issue. And by short, I mean 10 minutes.
I'm getting it for you, Ray, too, 1 second.
You're sure?
10 minutes?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it work.
10, you said?
10 minutes.
Okay. Are you ready? Okay, I'll make a motion to enter into executive session for 10 minutes to include each of the commissioners and County Councilor Wade Bowie to discuss matters deemed privilege in the attorney-client relationship regarding the legal issue update under Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 75-4319, B2.
B1.
B1?
Is that
Okay.
right, B1? Hold on a second.
Should be B2, I believe.
B2.
I think B1 is not elected personnel, B2 would be attorney-client, but maybe I got it backwards.
So, 2, you think? B2?
It is 2. You're right, okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, and it can't just say, legal update, it probably needs to have a little bit more to it. So it's a legal update regarding,
That's not what I was looking for.
an ongoing consultation agreement.
Okay. So I made the motion.
I'll second.
Curry seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. I guess we'll go in at 1:11.
We're just going across the hall.
Heidi, do you have chocolate over there for us?
It was a tough one, or,
You gonna make it?
sure.
Wade wants to see you immediately if you can. Check down there real quick.
Who?
Gwen? If you,
Oh,
a minute.
I thought you said Wayne.
No.
Like, Wayne? Okay. No action being requested after that executive session, and outside of that, I don't have anything more for today.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
Nothing. Not today.
Okay.
Don't mess it up.
That's, okay, I will, not today.
I don't think I did that. Did you?
So we got, Rhonda emailed me a statement from CFS on, I guess, the invoice. And they finally submitted the invoice with the total amount due of $6,800 so far. I guess.
Is that for her survey on those lots
Yeah.
across from high school?
So far,
That's what, I mean, it says total amount due $6,800. Oh, because she paid $1,200, that's why. So I guess, do you want me to go ahead and issue a check for $4,000 for next week?
I thought we talked at the meeting last week and decided to wait till it was done and then get it all together at once and
Okay.
split it up.
Okay.
I think that's the way
what
we'll
we came up with last week.
Okay.
You might go back and look at, we used that $4,000 amount last year, or last week, I think it was, might have been 8,000 update.
That's the total, is $8,000.
No, I mean that we would pay half.
Up to $4,000.
Up to 8, well, but you know, just double check the motion.
Oh, okay.
It was either 4,000 or 8,000.
it was the plating and the water study that we.
Yeah, topographic survey, construction documents for the drainage.
And one of them had already been done.
We were only gonna pay half.
Right.
Up to whatever that was in the
Okay.
motion.
Maybe I'll just have her come in and talk to you. So she can, when it's done or whatever. And then we can cut the check later, if that works. Okay. Then the other thing was, you gave me an invoice, from Alpha Roofing.
Oh, yes, yes. He was requesting a partial payment on it in regards to the Maribel building. Since the majority of it was done, he's waiting on the brickwork on the front of it, so.
Well, I think that's no more than fair. It's not his
For
fault.
the roofing part of it.
Huh?
That was for the roofing part.
Yeah, so I think basically the west building was completed and probably 80% of the east building was done. And he was waiting to attach to the brick after it was done, so.
So, can we issue that for next week?
Yeah,
Special issue.
whenever you want to do it,
That's, I mean, I think that's reasonable, because they've done their part. Yeah. So what portion?
It was for $30,000.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and get that issued for next week.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, other than that,
What do we got here?
a void and a reissue. Yeah.
Oh, okay, because this wasn't correct.
Right.
Just reissue.
Never
Yeah.
is.
Okay. So just a correction on this. There we go. I see we've got
Yes, sir.
I'm exhausted now.
We are halfway
I feel
through.
like a zombie.
2025.
Yeah.
Nope.
Hey, what is this?
We're getting old.
Actually, actually the halfway point is gonna be
Thank you.
Oh,
Tomorrow.
between tomorrow and Wednesday.
Oh, is that on the calendar? It says that way?
Yeah, it says how many days into the year we are.
How many days we were here from the other day?
They're doing it today.
Because when you called, or when I talked to you, right,
They ought to be done by now, it's been 3 hours. There's only 25, 26 on it.
Carl, did you have anything? Sitting there so patiently.
Yeah, I was just sitting and listening, that's all.
Your signature.
We'll be closed next Friday. Don't forget that. Or this Friday.
This Friday,
I mean,
this
this
Friday,
Friday.
this Friday.
I told you my brain is mush now.
It is the next Friday.
The next Friday.
Two Fridays off.
That's right.
Lose all these valuable notes.
I don't use the record anymore today.
Get right
I
up
gave
that
it all
name
this
up there in
morning.
the corner again, so when they make a motion,
You
my
get-
brain dead.
Yeah, I got you all listed here, so I'm like, that guy.
That's all right.
So we got that signed?
So are you gonna make a letter to go out to the department heads about the 1.5, whatever we talked about? Or did we make that formal?
We didn't talk about that. So I told Mark and Todd, I was just curious of what a 1%, and they were talking about it at the same time, I guess. If we did on just departments in the general fund, excluding those that we wouldn't touch, like airport and sheriff and jail, and taking like a 1% off of some of those, just to run it and see what it looks like. And it would be $59,000 off of those few departments. And it would give, it would put your mill levy at 55.973.
If everybody cut their budget 1%.
Which should be painless.
Pardon?
That should be painless. You know, how we would do that.
Make it work.
I mean, if they had
That would take it down to what, 55.92?
0.979.
We'll just cut a little bit more.
So I don't know if you guys want to just make that call and notify department heads, or if you want me to notify those departments and have them resubmit new budgets. How do you want me to handle that?
I'd suggest giving them the opportunity to come in and be in front of you next week, so that if there's an issue, I'm not saying there would be, but at least their voice is heard.
Yeah, I think we need to give them a voice.
You mean notify them and let them know we would like to see a 1% reduction, and then
If there's an issue, then they can come.
then they can come
Yeah.
and say why. Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't,
I would agree with that.
yeah. Wouldn't want to get into a situation where everybody padded their stuff in anticipation of us doing a percentage cut, but 1%'s pretty minimal. You know, if they can make that come together.
There's one year when Wolf Creek valuation went down, I remember everybody had to slash their budget 10%, so.
Yeah, so they can make it, there should be slack somewhere for that. You would hope.
We don't need to do that.
Once a meeting.
So what are we gonna do? I'm lost.
Notify those departments to reduce their
Okay.
budget 1%, and if there's a
If
need
there's-
to keep that, then they need to come before us next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want them to resubmit budget sheets?
The other,
If they're,
Do we need to?
well, the other part of it may be where, I mean, at the end of the day, the entire allocation of money is gonna be 1%, but if they wanna take part of it from contractual, part of it from commodities, then they get to make that call. I mean, for me, I have a specific area where I focus over another, and that's where I'd want to adjust my budget, because I have all the numbers from the last several years that I can justify.
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily want to do it across the board on your line items and.
No, because it may impact.
Yeah, right.
So they need to resubmit then.
Sure.
That makes sense. Well, then,
And we're talking with the department heads, correct?
Yep.
I was part of that, yeah, right?
Yes.
Mine will be, you're looking at,
You can work that,
I think I can probably do that.
okay, since we're your department head, so.
I will do that.
She's got a great attitude.
We appreciate that.
We do, thank you.
Well,
Carl's next.
Carl's next.
Anybody else have anything? No.
No, I don't like.
I
Thanks
guess
for asking about that.
we'll adjourn at 1:33.